Welcome to Quiet Universe, where we dive into the strange, the vast, and the unknowable. Tonight, we're stepping into a question as old as humanity itself. What happens when we die? It's the one mystery no one has truly solved, though plenty have tried. Religions, philosophies, science, and even wild speculations have all taken a shot at answering it, and the result? Dozens of theories, each one as fascinating as the next. Some promise an afterlife of peace or torment. Others suggest we're caught in an endless loop, and a few say there's nothing at all waiting on the other side. Whatever the truth is, one thing's certain. The idea of death being the absolute end is just one possibility in a long list of ideas people have been pondering for centuries. Maybe we're reborn in another body, carrying the echoes of past lives without remembering them. Maybe our souls ascend to an astral plane, break free from reality, or even get uploaded into a digital afterlife. Maybe this life is nothing more than a simulation, and death is just logging out. Or maybe, just maybe, our consciousness is tied to something much bigger than we realize, an infinite cosmic intelligence where individuality fades into something greater. Whatever the case, there's no shortage of theories, and tonight, we're going to explore them all. So sit back, relax, and let's unravel the possibilities of what might be waiting beyond the veil of existence. The idea of an afterlife is something that has haunted and fascinated humanity for as long as we've had the ability to think beyond the present moment. It's an obsession that transcends culture, time, and even personal belief. Some people are terrified by the thought of nothingness, while others find comfort in the idea that something, anything, awaits us after we take our final breath. Theories about the afterlife range from deeply religious convictions to scientific speculation, from the eerily familiar to the utterly bizarre. Whether the afterlife is a dream, a judgment, an illusion, or just an endless loop of existence, one thing remains the same. Nobody truly knows, and yet everyone has an opinion. Some believe in reincarnation, the idea that death isn't an ending but a transition. That whatever makes you, you simply moves on, inhabiting another body, another life, another story. Maybe it's a slow cycle of learning where each existence adds something to the soul's journey, eventually leading to enlightenment or an escape from the endless wheel of rebirth. Others see it as random. One day, you're here, and the next, you wake up as someone else, never remembering the life before. If that's true, how many times have we lived before? How many lives have we forgotten? It's a comforting thought for those who fear oblivion, but a chilling one if you start wondering whether you've done this all before. Then there's the classic idea of heaven and hell, the ultimate cosmic sorting system where your deeds in life determine your fate in death. A place of eternal reward or endless suffering, depending on how well you played the game of morality. For some, it's a comforting thought. Justice exists beyond death, and the wicked will get what they deserve.
For others, it's terrifying.
What if you spend your life trying to be good, only to find out you got the rules wrong? The concept of purgatory takes this further, a limbo where souls wait, cleanse, or suffer for their imperfections before reaching their final destination. Maybe it's a process of purification, or maybe it's just an existential waiting room where souls linger, lost between realms, forgotten by the living and not yet accepted by the dead. Some theories strip away the mystical and go straight for the scientific, though that doesn't make them any less eerie. Quantum immortality suggests that consciousness never truly dies. It simply shifts to another version of reality where it continues to exist. Every time you die, another universe branches off where you survive, again and again forever. It's the kind of thought that makes you question everything. What if you've already died 100 times without knowing? What if the version of you reading this right now only exists because every other possible version of you is gone? If this is true, then death isn't an end but a constant reset, an infinite escape route that consciousness takes without missing a beat. The multiverse theory takes it a step further. Perhaps when you die, you don't just continue in another reality, but you wake up somewhere else entirely, a new life in a new world, without any knowledge of the old one. Maybe this life is just one of countless iterations, and every time we leave one, we step into another without hesitation, never stopping to ask if we've done it all before. The simulation hypothesis turns the afterlife into something even stranger. If reality is a program, then maybe death is nothing more than logging out, waking up in whatever exists outside this simulation. If our existence is code, who's running it? And what happens when they shut the system down? Is there a next level, or is the game just over? Then there's the idea that the afterlife is nothing at all, just blackness, a void. No memories, no consciousness, no existence. It's the idea that terrifies people the most. Not because of suffering, not because of judgment, but because of the sheer nothingness. If the self is simply a product of a functioning brain, then when the brain stops, so does everything else. No awareness, no lingering, no drifting into another plane of reality. Just silence. And yet, even this is debatable. If consciousness is a form of energy, does it really just vanish? Energy doesn't disappear. It transforms. Maybe that's what happens to us. Maybe we dissolve into the universe itself, our thoughts, memories, and being scattering like particles across space, blending into something far greater than an individual mind. Some take it further, suggesting that what happens after death is deeply personal, shaped by the mind of the person experiencing it. A personalized afterlife, where the world you enter is constructed by your own beliefs, fears, and desires. If you think you'll go to heaven, maybe you will. If you think you'll be reborn, maybe that's what happens. And if you believe in nothingness, well, perhaps your mind obliges. But if that's true, who decides? Is it the self? Some greater force? Or is it all just another illusion, another trick of consciousness, leading us exactly where we expect to go? Across all these theories, one thing remains constant: the fear and fascination with the unknown. No one who has gone beyond has come back with definitive proof, and those who claim to have glimpsed the other side return with stories that contradict each other. Near-death experiences, ghostly encounters, visions of loved ones. Are these proof of something more, or just the last desperate flickers of a dying brain? Maybe we're not meant to know. Maybe the afterlife, whatever it is something the living can never understand. Or maybe the real mystery isn't what happens after death, but why we're so desperate to find out. Reincarnation theory. The soul is reborn into a new body after death. There's something unsettling about the idea that death is the end. It feels too abrupt, too final, like a story cut off mid-sentence. That's why reincarnation has been one of the most persistent beliefs in human history. It offers an answer that feels more natural, more cyclical. Instead of fading into nothingness, the soul simply moves on, slipping into another body, another life, another chance to continue what was left unfinished. It's the idea that no experience is ever truly wasted, no life ever meaningless, because every action, every mistake, and every lesson carries forward in ways we may never remember, but somehow still shape us. For some, reincarnation is a kind of cosmic justice, an invisible balancing act where lives are a reflection of past actions. Karma dictates whether someone is reborn into privilege or suffering, into strength or struggle. It's a system that extends far beyond one lifetime, making morality not just a temporary concern, but something that follows us, life after life. But if that's true, it raises uncomfortable questions. If suffering is a result of past misdeeds, does that mean every hardship is deserved? Or is it just another way we try to make sense of an unfair world, convincing ourselves that everything happens for a reason, even when reason is nowhere to be found? Other versions of reincarnation strip away the moral bookkeeping and focus on something more mysterious. The idea that every life is a continuation of something much older, much deeper, and much more complex than we can understand. Maybe it's not about punishment or reward, but simply growth. A soul shifting from body to body like a traveler moving from city to city, gathering experiences, learning, evolving. Some believe that the process continues until a soul reaches enlightenment, breaking free from the cycle entirely, no longer bound by the need to return. Others think the cycle is endless, with no ultimate destination. Just an infinite journey where every new life is another attempt to understand existence. The strange thing is that, despite the lack of tangible proof, stories of past lives keep appearing. Children who claim to remember details of lives they never lived, speaking languages they were never taught, recognizing places they've never been. People with unexplainable fears, habits, or connections to cultures and eras that should mean nothing to them. Are these just tricks of the mind, coincidences wrapped in eerie coincidences? Or are they remnants of something real, pieces of memory that slipped through the cracks when one life ended and another began? If past lives are real, why do we forget them? Is it a flaw in the system, or is it intentional? Maybe remembering would be too much, too overwhelming, like carrying the weight of 1,000 lives at once. Then there's the question of identity. If you've lived before, then who are you really? Are you the sum of all those past lives, or is each life a fresh start? If a soul passes from body to body, does anything of the individual remain, or are we just temporary vessels for something greater than ourselves? And what happens when someone remembers? If a person recalls a past life, does that make them the same person they were before, or just someone borrowing memories from another existence? If a soul can move from human to animal, or from one gender to another, what does that say about what we really are? Science mostly dismisses the idea, arguing that consciousness is a product of the brain and nothing more. When the brain dies, so does everything that makes us who we are. But if that were true, why do so many people instinctively feel that they've been here before? Why do so many cultures, across time and distance, hold on to the same belief, as if it's something we've always known? Maybe reincarnation isn't something that can be proven in a laboratory. Maybe it's something felt in those moments of déjà vu, in inexplicable fears, in instant connections with strangers that feel centuries old. Or maybe it's just a way for humans to cope with mortality, a comforting story we tell ourselves to make death seem less terrifying. If reincarnation is real, then death isn't an end but a doorway, and the life we're living now is just one stop on an infinite journey. Every goodbye is temporary, every loss just a shift in form. But if it isn't, if this life is all there is, then that makes every moment more precious, every experience more valuable. Either way, we live, we change, and in some form or another we continue. Whether it's in another body, another world, or simply in the memories of those we leave behind. Heaven and hell theory. Souls are judged and sent to a place of reward or punishment. The idea that our actions in this life determine what happens to us after we die is one of the most ancient and deeply ingrained beliefs humanity has ever held. It's both reassuring and terrifying. Reassuring because it suggests that justice exists beyond what we see in this world, and terrifying because it means nothing is ever truly forgotten. If every choice is being weighed, every action recorded, then death isn't just an end but a reckoning. It's the moment where everything is added up and the balance of our life tilts toward reward or punishment. For some, that's a comforting thought. For others, it's a nightmare. The concept of heaven is built on hope. It's the promise that goodness isn't wasted, that kindness and sacrifice mean something beyond the brief span of a human life. It's described as paradise, perfection, a place without suffering or fear, where everything lost is restored and everything broken is made whole again. For those who struggle in life, it's an idea that makes endurance easier. If there's a final reward waiting, then no pain is meaningless. No hardship is suffered in vain. But what does it really mean to be good enough? Every religion and philosophy that embraces the idea of heaven sets its own rules, its own expectations. Some say faith alone is the key. Others insist that actions matter more than belief. And then there are the questions no one can quite answer. What happens to those who tried but failed? Those who are neither particularly good nor truly bad? Is there a middle ground? Or is it all just black and white, a simple pass or a fail system with no room for anything in between? Hell, on the other hand, is the fear that justice is more than just reward. that it also means consequences. It's the place where cruelty, selfishness, and malice don't go unpunished, where those who lived without remorse are finally made to answer for what they've done. The descriptions of hell are always brutal. Fire, torment, endless suffering. A place where regret is the only thing left, where the worst parts of existence stretch on forever with no hope of escape. But even here, the details vary. Is hell a literal place, or is it something else? An eternal separation from everything good, an endless awareness of everything lost? Some believe that punishment is eternal, an endless cycle of suffering for the worst of humanity. Others think it's temporary, more like a cleansing, a way for the soul to burn away its darkness before being allowed to move on. And then there are those who wonder if it even exists at all. If hell is real, then why would a loving creator allow suffering to last forever? Why would a mistake, no matter how terrible, deserve an eternity of pain? Wouldn't a truly just system offer redemption, a chance to make things right even after death? The problem with heaven and hell is that no one really knows what the criteria are. What about people who did awful things but later regretted them? What about those who lived well but never followed the right faith? Is judgment a strict set of rules, or is it more complicated than that? Some believe in a judge, a divine being who weighs each life with perfect fairness. Others think people create their own heaven or hell, that what comes after death is a reflection of the choices made in life. If someone spends their life consumed by hate, they carry that into the next world, trapped in their own torment. If someone fills their life with love, they move into something brighter, something better. Maybe heaven and hell aren't places at all but states of existence, not punishments or rewards, but the natural continuation of what a person became while they were alive. There's also the unsettling question of whether any of this is necessary. If people are only good because they fear hell or want heaven, does that really count as goodness? Does morality have any meaning if it's only motivated by the afterlife? And what if there's nothing waiting after death? No final judgment, no higher power weighing our lives. If that's true, then justice is something that must happen here, in this world, not in some distant afterlife. It means that every act of kindness has to matter on its own, not because it leads to paradise, but because it makes this life better. But the truth is, most people don't like the idea that death is just a blank void, that nothing follows the final breath. Whether it's heaven, hell, reincarnation, or something entirely different, we cling to the idea that the end isn't really the end. Maybe that's human nature, an inability to accept our own mortality, a refusal to believe that everything we are simply disappears. Or maybe, just maybe, there's something beyond this life that none of us can yet understand, something waiting on the other side that will either reward us, punish us, or surprise us in ways we never expected. Purgatory theory, a temporary realm where souls undergo purification before reaching their final destination. There's something unsettling about the idea that death might not be the end, but also not quite the beginning of something new. That instead of a clean transition into whatever comes next, there's an in-between, a waiting room of sorts, but one where time stretches out, and the weight of a life just lived presses down like an unfinished sentence. Purgatory isn't a place of final judgment, nor is it an escape. It's the slow, grinding space where a soul lingers, not yet good enough for peace, not quite lost enough for damnation, caught in a process of purification that no one can fully describe but plenty have feared. It's often imagined as something temporary, a kind of spiritual cleansing where the lingering stains of a flawed life are burned or washed away before the soul can move forward. Some believe it's a place of fire, but not the eternal flames of punishment. More like a refining furnace, burning away the imperfections, the regrets, the burdens of earthly mistakes. Others see it as something quieter, a vast, gray expanse where souls wander, lost in reflection, forced to confront everything they ignored while they were alive. Regret takes on a physical weight. Every wrong choice echoes back, demanding recognition. It's not suffering for the sake of suffering, but it isn't pleasant either. It's work. It's the long, exhausting process of shedding what was impure, until nothing is left but the part of a person worthy of moving on. The idea of purgatory carries a strange sense of fairness, a kind of middle ground between justice and mercy. It suggests that perfection isn't expected in life, that people are allowed to be flawed, to fail, to make mistakes. But that mistakes must still be accounted for. It offers hope to those who weren't quite saints, but weren't monsters either. It's the answer to the question of what happens to those who tried but fell short, to the well-intentioned who made poor choices, to the ones who meant to do better but ran out of time. Instead of being cast into eternal punishment for temporary failures, they get another chance. Not to change the past, but to make peace with it, to be cleansed of what held them back. But the idea of purgatory raises its own difficult questions. How long does a soul stay there? Is it a place bound by time at all? Or is it something that just feels endless? And what about those left behind? Can the living help the dead move on? Some traditions say yes, that prayers, rituals, and acts of devotion can ease a soul's passage, helping to lift the weight of whatever unfinished burdens keep them lingering. Others argue that it's a journey that must be made alone, that no one can purify a soul except the one who carries it. It's a strange and lonely concept in many ways. Unlike heaven and hell, purgatory isn't an end goal. It's not a reward, nor is it the ultimate punishment. It's a process, a transition. And maybe that's what makes it so unsettling. People like certainty, clean answers, a clear fate. The idea that even in death, there might still be work to do, lessons to learn, struggles to endure, is an exhausting one. But at the same time, it carries an odd kind of hope. It means that mistakes aren't necessarily final, that redemption is still possible, that even after death, a soul can keep moving forward, even if it has to suffer to get there. Or maybe, just maybe, purgatory isn't a place at all. Maybe it's a state of being, a reflection of the struggles already carried in life. Maybe it's not about fire or waiting or judgment, but about letting go of guilt, of shame, of everything that clings too tightly to a soul. And if that's true, then perhaps purgatory isn't just something that happens after death. Perhaps some people are already living in it, walking through their own slow journey of purification, waiting for the moment they finally feel free enough to move on. Annihilationism, the idea that the soul ceases to exist after death. Some people find comfort in the thought of eternity, the idea that something of them will go on after death, whether in paradise, punishment, or another life. Others, though, see a different kind of peace in the idea that death is truly the end, that when the body shuts down, the soul doesn't float away to some unseen realm, but simply ceases to exist. No suffering, no waiting, no judgment. Just nothing. Annihilationism is the belief that whatever makes a person who they are, their thoughts, their memories, their very essence, disappears when they die, dissolving into the same kind of nothingness that existed before they were born. It's a theory that stands in direct contrast to so many religious teachings that emphasize eternal existence. Heaven and hell both depend on the idea that a soul is indestructible, meant to endure forever in one form or another. But annihilationism suggests that eternity isn't guaranteed at all, that the soul isn't some untouchable, everlasting thing, but something tied to existence itself. Once life ends, so does everything attached to it. For some, that idea is terrifying. The thought of being erased, of becoming nothing, of slipping into a void with no awareness, no self, no trace left behind. It's a kind of existential horror that can leave people desperate for any alternative, no matter how grim. But for others, it's a relief. The idea that mistakes won't follow them, that there's no torment waiting, no endless cycle of rebirth, no cosmic judgment, just a simple end. Some versions of this belief argue that annihilation isn't automatic, that the soul only disappears under certain conditions. Some interpretations, especially within religious frameworks, claim that only the wicked are annihilated, that eternal life is a reward, not a given, and that those who don't achieve it simply fade away instead of suffering in hell. Others take a more universal approach, saying that nothing lasts forever, not even the soul, and that everyone, regardless of how they lived, will eventually dissolve into nothingness. In both cases, the underlying message is the same: death is final. There is no afterlife, no second chance, no lingering existence beyond the body's expiration. The unsettling part of annihilationism is how it challenges the deep human instinct to leave a mark. People build things, write things, pass down stories, carve their names into stone, all in an attempt to be remembered, to stretch themselves beyond their own short lifetimes. If the soul disappears, then what was it all for? If everything that made a person unique is destined to be erased, does anything really matter? That's the kind of thought that can send people spiraling, because at its core, annihilationism forces a confrontation with the sheer impermanence of existence. It strips away the comforting illusions of an eternal self and replaces them with something colder, something harder to accept. The idea that life is all there is. But there's another way to look at it. If nothing lasts, then every moment matters more, not less. If there's no eternal consequence, no cosmic tally of right and wrong, then the meaning of life isn't something handed down from above. It's something created in the here and now. Love, kindness, passion, curiosity. These things don't need an afterlife to have weight. They matter simply because they are felt, experienced, shared. And if death truly is the end, then maybe that's not something to fear. Maybe it's just another reminder to live while there's still time. Simulation theory. The afterlife is a continuation of a simulated existence or a transition to another simulation. There's something unsettling about the idea that everything, every thought, every feeling, every moment of existence might not be real in the way we assume it is. Simulation theory takes that gnawing doubt and runs with it, suggesting that reality as we know it is nothing more than a construct, a sophisticated simulation designed by something or someone beyond our comprehension. If that's the case, then what happens after death? If life is just a program, does death mean the simulation ends? Or does it mean something else entirely? The idea that reality is simulated isn't just a sci-fi concept. Philosophers, physicists, and even tech moguls have toyed with the possibility that everything we experience is the result of some advanced system. Whether it's an experiment, a form of entertainment, or a way to store consciousness. And if that's true, then death might not be the end but simply a transition, the moment where one simulation stops and another begins. Maybe consciousness gets uploaded to a new scenario with different rules, a different environment, and no memory of the last one. Maybe the cycle repeats endlessly, with each life being nothing more than a different level in a game no one remembers starting. Some versions of the theory suggest that death is just a reset. A person dies, and their consciousness is either erased, rebooted, or sent back into another version of the simulation. It could be random, like a player being assigned a new character in a never-ending game, or it could be deliberate, a test where the choices in one life determine the nature of the next. Others believe that only some people get to transition, that higher beings, programmers, or whoever's running the show decide which minds are worth preserving and which are discarded. If that's the case, then maybe the afterlife isn't an afterlife at all, just a different phase of existence, with some moving forward and others being deleted like old data. There's also the possibility that death is the moment of awakening. If life is a simulation, then maybe dying means breaking free from it, returning to whatever real existence lies beyond. It could be a controlled process, where someone who finishes the program is allowed to wake up and see the truth. Or it could be an accident, an unexpected glitch where someone dies and suddenly remembers everything. That they were never really human, that the world they knew was just one of many, and that something far more complex and unimaginable exists outside of it. Maybe those rare moments of déjà vu, those strange coincidences, those eerie feelings that something isn't quite right are glimpses of that greater reality, hints that whatever we think of as existence is only part of a much bigger design. Of course, the entire idea raises some disturbing questions. If life is simulated, then what's the point? If everything is artificial, does anything really matter? But maybe that's the wrong way to look at it. Maybe meaning isn't something that depends on whether reality is real or not. Even in a simulation, pain is still pain, love is still love, and the experience of being alive still matters. And maybe, just maybe, that's enough. Quantum immortality. Consciousness never truly dies but shifts to another reality where it continues to exist. Imagine for a moment that you are about to die. Maybe it's an accident, a sudden and unavoidable event. One second you're alive, the next you're not. Except, from your perspective, something strange happens. Instead of everything fading to black, you find yourself still here. The world keeps going. The event that should have ended you never quite does. Maybe the car that was about to hit you swerves at the last second. Maybe the illness that should have taken you simply vanishes, baffling doctors. To everyone else, life goes on as usual, and they don't even notice what just happened. But for you, death never arrives. Not really, because according to the strange and unsettling implications of quantum immortality, it never can. The idea comes from quantum mechanics, where things don't behave the way they're supposed to. In the world of atoms and particles, reality isn't a single, fixed path, but an endless web of possibilities, each branching out into its own universe. Every decision, every event, every random occurrence creates a new version of reality, one where each possibility plays out. This means that in the grand scheme of things, there is always a version of you that survives. No matter how unlikely, there is always some reality where you continue to exist. And since you are only ever conscious in a reality where you are still alive, from your perspective, you never die. You simply keep shifting into the timelines where you make it through. It's a bizarre thought. In everyone else's world, you might be gone. The people you love might mourn you, grieve you, move on without you. But you don't experience that version of reality. Instead, you slip into another one, the one where the bullet missed, the cancer miraculously disappeared, the heart attack never happened. The version of you that should have been lost is left behind, a ghost in someone else's past, but not yours. Because for you, consciousness never stops. This idea is both comforting and terrifying. On one hand, it means there is no absolute end, no oblivion, no final breath, no moment where everything ceases to be. There is always another reality waiting, one where you keep going. But it also raises an unsettling question. If death never truly arrives, what does that mean for the nature of existence? If you are doomed to live forever, endlessly jumping between realities where survival is possible, is that really immortality? Or just another kind of trap? Maybe this is why people sometimes feel like they've escaped something they shouldn't have, why near-death experiences can leave people shaken in ways they can't explain. Maybe that eerie sense of having dodged fate, that lingering feeling that things should have turned out differently, is more than just imagination. Maybe in another version of reality, things did end differently. But not for you. Never for you. Because in your timeline, the one that matters to your consciousness, the one you can never leave, you will always be alive. Multiverse afterlife theory. Death leads to another parallel universe where life continues. You close your eyes for what should be the last time. Maybe it happens slowly, a fading out of everything you've ever known, or maybe it's instant, the world vanishing in a blink. But instead of nothingness, instead of an ending, you wake up. Somewhere else. It's familiar, yet different in ways you can't quite place. The people around you act as if nothing happened, as if you've been here all along. Maybe they say things you don't remember, reference events that never happened. At least, not in the world you knew. And slowly, a strange realization creeps in. You didn't die. Not really. You simply shifted into another version of reality, another branch of existence where your life never ended. If the multiverse is real, then every possibility exists somewhere. Every decision, every outcome, every alternative path is playing out in a reality of its own. And if death is just another event, then there's always a universe where it doesn't happen. Maybe in one reality, the accident that should have taken you never occurred. Maybe in another, your illness was never diagnosed. Maybe in yet another, your entire life has followed a different path, yet here you are, the same consciousness, continuing on without ever realizing how close you came to slipping away. It's a theory that plays with the nature of identity itself. If there are infinite versions of you scattered across the multiverse, then which one is the real you? Or is you simply the thread that weaves through all of them, jumping from one to another without ever truly stopping? It would explain why existence feels so continuous, why we never experience our own absence. There's always a new page, a new chapter, a new story unfolding somewhere just beyond the limits of what we remember. But what if it's not just about surviving? What if death is less of an escape and more of a transition? Maybe when you die in one reality, you wake up in another not as the same person, but as something slightly different. Maybe you step into a universe where things are just a little off, where your memories don't quite line up, where people seem familiar but not entirely right. And what if every time you feel a sense of déjà vu, every time you swear something happened differently, it's not just your mind playing tricks on you? What if it's proof that you've already died 1,000 times, slipping seamlessly from one world to the next without ever realizing? It's a concept that makes death seem less like an ending and more like a doorway. One that doesn't lead to some final, unknowable destination, but simply to another version of existence, waiting just on the other side. The astral plane theory, the soul transitions to a non-physical dimension beyond our reality. The body fades, but something lingers. Awareness remains, unshackled from the weight of flesh and bone, slipping into a space that feels both infinite and impossibly close. There's no tunnel, no blinding light, just the quiet realization that you are still here, but not here. The world you knew is distant, like a dream half remembered upon waking, and in its place is something vast, layered, shifting. A place that doesn't follow the rules of physics, where thought and existence are intertwined, where boundaries are fluid and time is more of a suggestion than a law. Some believe this is the astral plane, a dimension beyond the physical, an unseen layer of reality that exists alongside our own, yet remains inaccessible while tethered to a human body. It's a space where the soul drifts free of earthly limitations, where existence is no longer dictated by gravity, mortality, or the rigid structures of the material world. Here, everything is shaped by intention, by consciousness itself. You move not with steps, but with thought. Places are not traveled to, but arrived at the moment you will them to be. Some describe it as a realm of pure energy, where everything hums with a frequency beyond human perception, where colors exist beyond sight, and understanding comes not in words, but in waves of knowing. It's said that this plane has always been there, just beyond reach, a silent observer to the physical world. Some believe that even in life, fragments of ourselves drift into it. Those strange moments when you feel outside yourself, when you sense something watching, when a dream feels too vivid, too real to be just imagination. Some even claim to have visited, stepping outside their bodies in states of deep meditation or near-death experiences, finding themselves weightless, untethered, floating above their own forms or slipping into landscapes beyond anything Earth has ever held. And if this place is real, then what happens next? Is it a stopping point, a temporary phase before the soul moves on to something greater? Or is it a destination in itself, an endless sea of consciousness where souls exist untangled from the burdens of human experience? Some believe it's layered, that there are higher and lower levels, realms where the lost wander, where the enlightened descend, where the echoes of the living still ripple through. Others wonder if this is where memories go when they fade, where the whispers of dreams are born, where everything we have ever felt continues to exist, long after our bodies have turned to dust. And if the astral plane is not some faraway place, but simply the true nature of existence hidden behind the illusion of the physical world, then maybe death isn't an ending at all. Maybe it's just the moment we remember where we've always been. Pantheistic afterlife. The soul dissolves into the universe, merging with a greater cosmic consciousness. There's a moment when everything falls away. The body, the name, the weight of individual existence. What's left is something deeper, something vast, something that was never really separate to begin with. The self dissolves, not into nothingness, but into everything. Every particle that made up a person, every thought, every flicker of emotion and memory, all of it stretches outward like ripples in an ocean that never ends. There's no judgment, no destination, no boundaries marking where one soul ends and the universe begins. Because in the grandest sense, they were never truly apart. Some say consciousness doesn't vanish with death. It simply returns to where it always belonged. The ego, the identity that once clung so fiercely to the idea of being separate, fades into something greater, something infinite. Imagine the sum of every mind, every experience, every moment of joy, sorrow, wonder, and love, all woven together into a vast, pulsating awareness. An endless field of thought and energy. Some might call it the universe, others might call it God, but words have a way of making things smaller than they really are. It's not an afterlife in the traditional sense. There are no golden gates, no fiery pits, no cycle of rebirth waiting to pull you back into the struggle of human life. Instead, it's like slipping into the rhythm of the cosmos itself, becoming part of the wind that moves through ancient trees, the light that burns in distant stars, the quiet hum of the galaxies as they spin. Every life that was ever lived, every whisper of consciousness, all flowing into the same boundless current. And yet, the idea of losing the self, of melting into something so immeasurable, can be unsettling. If there's no distinct you left, then what does it mean to continue? But maybe that's just fear talking, the last remnants of the mind clinging to its old definitions. Maybe it isn't an end, but a return to something too vast to be understood from the small, isolated viewpoint of a single lifetime. Maybe the real fear shouldn't be in losing individuality, but in never realizing that it was only ever an illusion in the first place. Some believe that even in this vast unity, echoes of individual existence remain. That somewhere in that cosmic ocean, the experiences of a life well lived still resonate. Not as a person trapped in an eternal cycle, but as a note in an endless symphony, a flicker of color in an infinite sky. It's not loss. It's expansion. It's stepping beyond the edges of what a single mind can hold and becoming something greater, something that has no need for a name or a form or a destination, because it already is everything. The dream state theory, Deth, is an eternal lucid dream shaped by the individual's consciousness. There's a moment when reality slips away, but instead of nothingness, something else takes shape. The world doesn't end. It bends. It twists and reshapes itself not according to the rigid laws of physics, but to something more fluid, more personal. Death isn't a door shutting. It's a dream unfurling, one that never fades upon waking because there is no waking. Consciousness doesn't snap out of existence. It just shifts into a new state, a space untethered from time, where thought and memory become the architects of reality. Somewhere deep in the mind, in the quiet places where dreams bloom, there's a world waiting. Maybe it starts with familiar faces, places long forgotten, echoes of old laughter and unfinished conversations. Maybe it's something stranger, something surreal and vast, where every possibility is laid out like a canvas, waiting to be painted with nothing but will and imagination. Time doesn't flow the way it once did. There's no clock ticking forward, no past to hold on to, no future to wait for. It's a space where moments stretch and morph, where emotions manifest into landscapes, where the mind's deepest desires and fears take form, no longer locked inside the fragile shell of a body. The rules are different here. There are no limits, no walls except the ones the dreamer creates. In life, thoughts were trapped inside a brain, but here they spill out, shaping mountains, skies, entire worlds. If a person believes in paradise, maybe they wake up to endless fields of golden light, to an eternal sense of peace. If they hold on to regrets, maybe they find themselves in looping corridors, chasing after people they can never quite reach. It's not judgment. It's not reward or punishment. It's simply the mind, free from physical constraints, playing out whatever it carried in life, endlessly unfolding in the vastness of its own creation. The terrifying part isn't the dream itself. It's the idea that it never ends. If the dreamer doesn't realize what's happening, they might be trapped in cycles of their own making, running from shadows that are only parts of themselves. But if they wake up, really wake up, then the dream becomes something else entirely. Full control,
True lucidity.
they can create, explore, dissolve into light, or build empires out of thought. Some believe that's the final step, the moment when the dreamer understands that the dream is all there ever was, all there ever will be, and instead of fighting it, they become it. Maybe death isn't a void, and maybe it's not a place at all. Maybe it's the realization that reality was always just a dream, and the only difference is that now, there's no alarm clock waiting to pull anyone back. Holographic universe theory. Death is merely an exit from a simulated or projected reality. Imagine spending your entire life inside an intricate illusion, one so convincing that you never once stopped to question it. Every sound, every color, every sensation feels real because it's all you've ever known. Then one day, everything just stops. The body shuts down, the senses fade, and for a brief, fleeting moment, there's nothing. But instead of disappearing into an abyss, something else happens. The illusion collapses, the projection ends, and what remains is the realization that it was never the ultimate reality to begin with. It was a construct, a carefully woven tapestry of light and information, and death is nothing more than stepping beyond it. The idea that existence itself might be a projection, a vast hologram playing out across dimensions we can't fully comprehend, isn't as far-fetched as it sounds. Physicists have toyed with the notion that the universe isn't as solid as it seems, that everything from the atoms in our bodies to the stars in the sky might be a complex encoding of information, like pixels on a screen or data stored in a higher dimensional space. If that's true, then death isn't destruction. It's disconnection. It's logging out. It's waking up from a simulation so immersive that the person inside it never even realized they were playing a game. But what happens next? If this world was just a projection, then where does consciousness go when the signal cuts out? Maybe it returns to wherever it came from, slipping back into a vast, incomprehensible reality where existence isn't bound by physics or biology. Maybe the self was never truly separate, just a fragment of something larger, something that has been observing all along. Or maybe the simulation resets, another scenario begins, and the mind steps into a different version of the illusion, unaware that it has done this countless times before. It raises unsettling questions. If this life is just a hologram, then who or what is running it? Is there a purpose? Or is it just an experiment, an entertainment, a puzzle we were never meant to solve? And if death really is just an exit, then does that mean life itself was never the main event, just a temporary state, a dream playing on a screen that was never really ours to begin with? Karma and samsara theory. One's actions determine their future incarnations or experiences after death. Life feels like an intricate weave of choices, some made with care, others barely thought about, all of them leaving behind invisible ripples. Every action, every thought, every intention moves outward, shaping the path ahead in ways most people never consider. And if existence isn't confined to a single lifetime, if consciousness is something that cycles and shifts, then those ripples don't just vanish when the body does. They follow, guiding whatever comes next. Karma isn't just about punishment or reward. It's more like an equation, a cosmic balancing act where every cause has an effect. It's not someone sitting on a celestial throne tallying up good and bad deeds. It's the natural consequence of energy in motion. Act with cruelty, and that energy finds its way back, not as some forced retribution, but as an inevitable response. Live with kindness, and that too shapes the future, not because the universe hands out prizes, but because the very fabric of existence bends according to the forces moving through it. And so, when the body dies and the self is set adrift, those accumulated forces don't just dissolve. They chart the course forward. Samsara is the cycle, the endless loop of existence that turns and turns like a wheel. Birth, death, rebirth. It all flows together, lives bleeding into each other, one experience giving way to another in an endless sequence of cause and effect. Who you are now is shaped by who you've been before, just as your choices today determine who you'll become next. Some traditions paint this cycle as a kind of cosmic school, an opportunity to refine the soul through countless lifetimes, slowly peeling away ignorance, attachment, and illusion. Others see it as a trap, an endless repetition that only ends when one finally breaks free, dissolving into something greater, something beyond. But if life is part of an infinite cycle, then what does that mean for individuality? Is the self just a fleeting mask, changing faces with each turn of the wheel? Or is there something constant, something deeper that remains no matter how many times the story resets? Maybe the truth is somewhere in between. Each life a brushstroke in a larger painting, a single note in a vast, unfolding song. And if that's the case, then nothing is ever truly lost. Every moment, every choice, every breath matters, not just for now, but for whatever comes after. The collective consciousness theory. Individual consciousness merges with a universal intelligence upon death. The idea that consciousness isn't just some personal, isolated experience, but part of something vast and interconnected has a certain pull to it. Life feels individual. Every thought, every feeling, every memory seems locked inside one skull, shaping a reality that feels uniquely personal. But what if that separateness is just an illusion? What if, beneath it all, every mind is just a fragment of something greater, like drops of water in an endless ocean? And when death comes, it's not an end, but a return, a merging back into the source from which everything originates. It's not about disappearing or being erased, but about shifting. The sense of I, the small self that moves through the world making choices, feeling emotions, building identities, is just a temporary construct, a flicker in a much larger field of awareness. When the body stops, that awareness doesn't just vanish. It dissolves into the vast, endless intelligence that underlies everything. Some describe it as a universal mind, others as pure consciousness, some as a godlike presence, not as a being, but as an infinite intelligence that holds everything together. Whatever it is, it's not separate from anything. It is everything. If that's true, then life itself is like a dream being experienced by the universe through countless different eyes. Every thought, every love, every fear, every piece of art, every whispered secret, every act of kindness, every burst of laughter, it all feeds back into this greater awareness. And when a life ends, it doesn't mean those experiences are lost. They become part of the whole, woven into the endless flow of knowledge and existence. Some believe that once consciousness merges, it retains everything it has gathered, like a raindrop returning to the ocean while still carrying the essence of its journey. Others think that individual awareness fades entirely, becoming indistinguishable from the larger intelligence, no longer separate, no longer defined. If death is just a return to that collective state, then maybe nothing is ever truly alone. Every mind, every soul, every fleeting moment of self-awareness is just a temporary echo of something infinite, taking shape for a time before slipping back into the whole. Maybe that's why people search so desperately for connection in life. Because deep down, they already belong to something far greater than themselves. Resurrection theory. The dead will be brought back to life at a later time, as believed in some religions. There's something deeply unsettling about the idea of complete and final death. The thought that everything, every memory, every love, every triumph, every fear, just vanishes feels unbearable to many. Maybe that's why the idea of resurrection has persisted for so long, across so many cultures and beliefs. The promise that death isn't the end, that the body and mind will be restored, made whole again, is both comforting and mysterious. It's not just about survival, it's about continuation, about unfinished stories getting another chance. Some imagine resurrection as a divine act, where a higher power calls the dead back from the silence, restoring them to life in a perfected form. In this view, death is more like a deep sleep, a waiting period before the world is made new. The brokenness of existence. Suffering, loss, pain is temporary, and in the end, justice prevails. Every injustice is undone. Every wound is healed. Every life that ended too soon is given another chance. It's not just about revival, it's about renewal, about stepping into a world where everything has finally been set right. Others take a different approach, seeing resurrection not as a supernatural event, but as something science or technology might one day accomplish. Cryonics, digital consciousness, cloning. These ideas all circle around the same longing. If the body is just a biological machine, then maybe death is just a problem waiting for a solution. Maybe the future holds the key, and one day, the long dead will rise again, pulled from the past into a world they never imagined. But would it really be the same person, or just a replica, wearing the same memories? That question lingers unsettling because resurrection isn't just about putting the pieces back together. It's about whether the essence of a person can ever truly return. No matter how it's imagined, the concept of resurrection taps into something primal. People want to believe that those they've lost are not truly gone. They want to believe in second chances, in unfinished business being completed, in reunion after long separation. Whether it's through divine intervention or technological advancement, the idea of coming back, of opening one's eyes after the long dark, is one of the oldest and most persistent hopes humanity has ever known. Near-death experience continuation theory, NDEs provide glimpses into an actual afterlife. It's strange how many people from entirely different backgrounds describe the same thing when they come back from the edge of death. They speak of tunnels of light, of overwhelming peace, of floating outside their bodies, watching as doctors work frantically to pull them back. Some see long-lost loved ones waiting for them, reaching out as if welcoming them home. Others hear voices, messages that feel impossibly real, telling them it's not their time yet. Then, just like that, they snap back, gasping for air, returning to the weight of their own body, carrying memories of a place they can't fully explain. For some, these near-death experiences feel like proof, actual, undeniable glimpses into what comes after. It's not just a hallucination or some final trick of a dying brain. It's something more. They describe feelings more vivid than anything they've ever known, as if reality itself was weaker and thinner than whatever they just touched. And once they've seen it, they're never the same. Fear of death fades, replaced by an unshakable certainty that there's something beyond the veil. They live differently, love differently, move through the world with a quiet kind of peace, knowing that the end isn't really the end. Skeptics, of course, dismiss it. The brain, when deprived of oxygen, can do all sorts of strange things. The sensations of floating, the bright lights, the overwhelming calm. It's all easily explained by neuroscience. Chemicals flood the system. Neural pathways fire in ways they never have before, and what people think is the afterlife is just a malfunctioning mind grasping at something familiar. But that explanation feels hollow to those who've been there. A dream fades when you wake up. This, they say, does not. Even those who come back with darker experiences, visions of chaos or emptiness, say it changed them forever. Some return with an overwhelming sense of purpose, believing they were sent back to fix something, to be better, to warn others. Others struggle, haunted by what they saw, unable to shake the feeling that they glimpsed a truth no one else understands. It's not always peace and light. Sometimes, it's the realization that what happens next depends on something they can't quite put into words. No matter which way you look at it, near-death experiences are impossible to ignore. Either they are windows into something real, something waiting beyond this life, or they are the last desperate flickers of consciousness before fading to nothing. But if they're just illusions, then why do so many people come back convinced they saw something more real than anything in this world? Maybe that's the real question. What's stronger, the science that tries to explain it away, or the undeniable feeling that, for just a moment, they had already left? Energy transformation theory. Consciousness is a form of energy that transitions into another state after death. There's something comforting about the idea that nothing ever really disappears. Energy doesn't die, it just moves, shifts, takes on a new form. It's the basic law of physics, something we accept without question when it comes to the world around us. Heat becomes motion, motion becomes light, everything constantly transforming but never truly vanishing. So, why should consciousness be any different? If thoughts, emotions, and awareness are just intricate patterns of energy flowing through the brain, then maybe death isn't an ending at all. Maybe it's just another transition, another shift into something else. Some people describe it like a river flowing into the ocean. The individual self, the stream of thoughts and identity, dissolves into something greater, but the energy remains. Others believe it's more like a transfer, where whatever force animates us in life simply finds a new vessel, a new form to inhabit. Some say it scatters, breaking apart like sparks from a fire, while others imagine it condensing, folding inward into something unknown but still very much alive. There are stories of people who claim to feel the presence of the dead long after they've gone, not as ghosts or lingering spirits, but as something else. Flickers of warmth, strange coincidences, a deep, unshakable sense that a part of someone they loved still lingers in the world around them. Maybe that's just grief playing tricks, or maybe it's proof that the energy of a person doesn't simply vanish when the body stops working. Some scientists approach the idea cautiously, acknowledging that we don't fully understand what consciousness even is, let alone what happens to it when life ends. The brain generates electrical signals, firing neurons in patterns we can measure, but no one can truly say what that experience, what it actually feels like to be aware, really is. If it's just a product of biology, then death might be nothing more than a switch flipping off. But if consciousness is something deeper, something independent of the physical body, then maybe it follows the same rule as everything else in the universe. It doesn't end. It just becomes something else. People who believe in energy transformation don't necessarily see death as a loss. They see it as a change, a continuation, a shift into a different frequency, a different way of existing. Maybe we become something we can't yet perceive, moving beyond what human senses can register. Maybe we spread out, like a signal broadcast into the universe, still there but impossible to pick up without the right receiver. Whatever the case, the idea that we don't just flicker out into nothingness is a thought that lingers, whispering that endings might not be as final as they seem. Time loop theory. The soul experiences a continuous cycle of the same life or an alternate version of it. Imagine waking up every day with a vague sense of déjà vu, like the world is playing a trick on you, rerunning a scene you don't quite remember, but somehow know. Now stretch that feeling out beyond a day, beyond a year, beyond an entire lifetime. What if every decision, every mistake, every fleeting moment of happiness or regret had already happened before? What if it will happen again, over and over, trapped in a loop so seamless that you never even realize you're stuck? Some people think that's exactly what's going on, that when we die, we don't move forward. We start over, reliving the same existence or a slightly altered version of it, forever caught in the cycle of time looping back on itself. Some imagine it as an endless repetition, where the same choices always lead to the same outcomes. Maybe every conversation, every heartbreak, every achievement plays out exactly as before, the universe locked into a script with no room for improvisation. Others believe that each loop offers something new, subtle shifts that push life in slightly different directions. A moment of hesitation leading to an entirely new path, a decision made differently just once in 1,000 loops, sending everything spiraling into unknown territory. It's impossible to say whether we'd ever notice, whether tiny fractures in time would ever be enough to break us out of the cycle, or if we'd just keep moving through the same motions, convinced each time that it was all happening for the first time. Some take comfort in the idea, believing that it offers a kind of immortality, an escape from oblivion. Even if everything is destined to repeat, at least it means nothing is ever truly lost. Every hug, every laugh, every perfect moment happens again, exactly as it was, forever preserved in the looping fabric of time. But for others, the thought is suffocating. If we never move forward, never break free, then is anything we do ever real? Does free will even exist? Or Are we just prisoners of a pattern too vast to see? There's no way to prove it, of course, no way to step outside time and check whether we've been here before. But sometimes, in those moments where everything feels eerily familiar, where a dream feels more like a memory or a random decision carries the weight of something inevitable, it's hard not to wonder if maybe, just maybe, we've already lived this life more times than we can count. The digital afterlife theory. Consciousness can be uploaded to a digital system and continue existing. There's something strange about the way humans interact with technology. We build machines to think for us, store our memories, and even simulate our voices, but at the end of the day, we still see them as lifeless tools. And yet, there's this lingering idea that maybe one day, we won't just use technology. We'll become part of it. Maybe death won't mean fading into nothingness, but instead, transitioning into a digital form, uploaded into a system where we continue to exist, not as flesh and blood, but as data, consciousness translated into code. It sounds like science fiction, but the foundation is already being laid. Every message, every photo, every bit of recorded speech. It's all fragments of a person, stored indefinitely. Now imagine that, instead of just collecting memories, technology could capture the essence of thought itself. If the brain is just an incredibly complex network of electrical signals, what's stopping us from mapping it, copying it, and running it on something more durable than a fragile human body? In theory, a person wouldn't have to die in the traditional sense. Their body might stop, but their mind, every thought, memory, and quirk of personality, could keep going, interacting with the world through an artificial medium, freed from the limits of biology. But would it still be the same person? That's where things get complicated. If someone's mind is copied and uploaded, does that mean they've escaped death? Or is it just a highly advanced simulation, a ghost wearing the face of the original? What happens if multiple copies exist? If your consciousness is spread across several digital spaces, which one is really you? Or worse, what if you wake up inside the system, fully aware, but trapped, unable to touch, breathe, or feel the way you used to? For some, the idea is a promise of immortality, a future where no one has to say goodbye for good, where loved ones can live on, held together by the circuits and servers that house their minds. But for others, it's a nightmare, a cold and sterile eternity where the human experience is reduced to numbers and algorithms, stripped of everything that made it real. No one knows if true consciousness can ever be transferred, or if we're just grasping at the illusion of continuity, hoping that whatever comes next will still feel like being alive. But as technology inches closer to bridging the gap between flesh and machine, the question of what happens after death might not be answered by philosophy or religion, but by lines of code. Void theory, oblivion. Death results in complete and eternal nothingness. There's a certain kind of fear that comes with the idea of nothingness. Not pain, not suffering, not even awareness. Just the complete and permanent absence of everything. No afterlife, no second chances, no lingering presence. Just an abrupt end, like a book that slams shut and never gets opened again. For some, this is the most terrifying possibility. For others, it's strangely comforting. The idea that death leads to absolute nothingness, a void where consciousness simply ceases to exist, is hard to grasp because the mind isn't built to imagine true emptiness. Every thought is based on experience, on things we've seen, felt, or believed. Even when we try to picture nothing, we still give it form. A dark space, a silent abyss, a blank canvas. But real nothingness wouldn't even be that. There would be no blackness, no silence, no awareness of time passing. No one to even know that they're gone. It wouldn't feel like drifting into sleep or fading away into some distant realm. It would just be the end. People struggle with this idea because it makes life feel unbearably fragile. Every moment, every connection, every dream, all leading up to an instant where everything just stops. But maybe that's exactly why it matters. If there's nothing after this, then this is all we get. There's no cosmic safety net, no divine judgment, no second act.
Just now.
And if that's true, then the only thing that really matters is what we do while we're here. Some take comfort in the idea that there's no suffering in oblivion, no regrets, no loneliness, no fear, because there's nothing left to feel it. It's a release from everything, the ultimate escape. Others find it unbearable, the thought that everything they are, every piece of their identity, will vanish without a trace. The idea that one day the world will go on without them, and eventually, no one will even remember they existed. And yet, there's something oddly freeing about it. If nothing awaits on the other side, then there's no need to fear punishment or hope for reward. No grand design to follow, no fate to obey. Just the simple reality that life is what you make of it, because when it's over, it's over. It's easy to get lost in the question of what happens after death, but if this theory is right, then the real question isn't what comes next. It's what we do while we're still here. Ghost or spirit theory. The soul lingers in the physical world as a ghost or spirit. There's something unsettling about the idea of not fully leaving, of lingering between worlds, watching life continue without being a part of it. Maybe it's unfinished business, maybe it's an unwillingness to let go, or maybe some people are just too stubborn to fade away. The thought that death isn't the end, but rather a shift into a different, untouchable state has existed for as long as humans have told stories. Spirits, ghosts, whatever name people give them, they all point to the same thing: a presence that remains when it shouldn't. Some believe that those who die with unresolved emotions, deep regrets, or violent ends don't move on as they should. Instead, they become something else. Watchers, wanderers, echoes of what they once were. They exist in the background of reality, unable to interact in any real way, but still very much aware. The idea is both tragic and terrifying. Imagine seeing the world you once knew, the people you loved, the places you called home, and knowing that no matter how much you scream or reach out, no one will ever see you again. Of course, some versions of this theory paint a different picture. Not all spirits are lost or tormented. Some stay behind, not out of suffering, but out of choice. Maybe love is stronger than death. Maybe some people refuse to leave until they've said their goodbyes, or maybe certain places hold too many memories to abandon. The image of a quiet, lingering presence, one that watches over, not out of malice, but out of devotion, is less terrifying and more bittersweet. And then there's the idea that ghosts don't come from the dead at all, but from time itself. That what people think of as hauntings aren't restless spirits, but echoes of moments repeating, playing out again and again like a recording stuck on loop. A woman seen standing in the same window every night, footsteps heard in an empty hallway, whispers in a house long abandoned. Are they the remnants of a person, or just a ripple of something that happened long ago, stuck in the fabric of reality? Believing in spirits means accepting that death isn't a hard stop, that something lingers even after the body is gone. It's not as clean as the idea of heaven or hell, not as final as complete oblivion. It suggests that life is sticky, that some people can't, or won't, let go, that the boundary between this world and whatever comes after isn't as solid as it seems. Maybe that's comforting. Maybe it's terrifying. Or maybe, like most things, the truth is somewhere in between. Universal mind theory. Individual consciousness merges with an overarching cosmic intelligence. There's a strange comfort in the idea that no one is ever truly alone, that every thought, every memory, every fleeting moment of existence is part of something much larger. The idea that consciousness isn't isolated, that it isn't just something trapped inside a single skull, but rather a fragment of a vast, universal mind, makes death feel less like an ending and more like a return. If this is true, then no one ever really disappears. Instead, they dissolve back into the source, like drops of water returning to the ocean. Imagine that every thought you've ever had, every emotion you've ever felt, isn't entirely your own, but a momentary expression of something infinite. Like a wave rising and falling, briefly distinct before being pulled back into the sea. Some believe that when a person dies, their awareness doesn't just vanish, but instead merges into a vast, collective intelligence. One that holds every experience, every insight, every life ever lived. It's not just about memory, It's about becoming part of something boundless, something that knows and understands all because it is all. The unsettling part is what this means for individuality. If a person dissolves into this great mind, do they remain themselves? Or does their sense of self fade away, swallowed by something immeasurably larger? Maybe that's frightening to some. The idea of losing oneself, of no longer being a distinct consciousness, feels almost like another kind of death. But maybe it's not loss at all. Maybe it's more like waking up from a dream, realizing you were never just that small, separate self to begin with. There are those who say this explains why some people have flashes of insight or deep moments of intuition, as if they are tapping into something greater than themselves. A connection to the whole, even while alive. Maybe it's in those quiet moments of clarity, those sudden realizations, that people catch a glimpse of what they truly are. And when death comes, it's not a descent into nothingness, nor a journey to some other place, but a return to where everything and everyone has always been. Bardo's state theory, based on Tibetan beliefs, the soul goes through various stages after death before its next destination. There's something unnerving about the idea that death isn't immediate, that it doesn't just happen in a single moment but stretches out into something else entirely. Not an afterlife in the way most people imagine, but a transition, a space between what was and what will be. The Tibetan concept of the Bardo suggests that dying isn't the end of the story. Instead, it's the beginning of a strange, unpredictable journey. One that could last for days, weeks, or what might feel like eternity. They say the soul doesn't just slip away peacefully but lingers, disoriented, caught between worlds. It drifts through different stages, facing visions and illusions that are often shaped by the life it lived. Some see dazzling lights, beautiful and terrifying all at once. Others are met with familiar faces, perhaps long-lost loved ones or figures they don't recognize, but somehow know. And then there are the darker encounters, shadows of regret, fears taking shape, the echoes of choices that can't be undone. It's not punishment, not exactly. It's more like a test, a mirror reflecting everything back at the soul, forcing it to confront itself before it can move on. For some, this transition leads to liberation, an escape from the cycle of birth and death. If a person has spent their life in deep awareness, they might recognize the illusions for what they are and slip beyond them, dissolving into something greater. But for most, the pull of past actions is too strong. Desires, attachments, and unfinished emotions drag the soul back into the cycle, guiding it toward its next life. Some believe this process is random, dictated by karma, while others think the soul has moments of choice. Fleeting opportunities to shape its own rebirth before forgetting everything and starting over. The idea is both haunting and strangely logical. If death is just another phase, a space between one life and the next, then it's neither an end nor a beginning. It's more like waking from a dream, only to realize another one is waiting. And maybe, just maybe, the choices made in one life don't disappear entirely, but whisper their consequences into the next. Soul recycling theory. The soul is reprocessed and sent into a new existence with no memory of the past. Imagine existence as an endless conveyor belt where souls are stripped down, broken apart, and reshaped before being dropped into a new body, a new life, with no trace of what came before. There's something almost mechanical about it, as if the universe itself operates like a massive recycling plant, making sure no soul ever goes to waste. You live, you die, and then, without memory, without identity, you start again, as if the past never existed. Some people find this concept unsettling, the idea that everything they are, their thoughts, emotions, experiences, gets wiped clean like a chalkboard before being repurposed for another existence. Others see a kind of mercy in it. Maybe forgetting is a blessing, a way to let go of past mistakes, failures, and regrets. If every life is a fresh start, then no one is truly burdened by what came before. There's no baggage, no lingering pain, just a soul being reshaped and set loose into a new reality. But then there's the question of what a soul even is. Is it a single, indivisible thing, or something more fluid, broken down, and merged with other fragments before being remade? If it's the latter, then what makes someone them? Are they even the same person when they return, or just a mix of countless recycled parts, like a mosaic made of forgotten past lives? Maybe that's why some people feel inexplicable connections to places they've never been or have fears they can't explain. Maybe, deep down in the cracks where memory should be, something remains. Not a name or a face, but an echo, a faint whisper of something long lost. The strangest part is that if this is how things work, no one would ever know. Every time the cycle resets, the awareness of it is erased. Every life feels like the first and only. Every death feels like the end, and yet the process goes on, unseen, unnoticed, unstoppable. It raises a strange question. If you've lived 1,000 lives before this one but can't remember any of them, does it even matter? And when this life ends, will it matter that you were here at all? Or will you just be stripped down, reshaped, and sent back into the world as if you had never existed in the first place? DMT afterlife theory. Death triggers a release of DMT, sending the mind into an endless, dreamlike state. There's a theory that when you die, your brain floods itself with DMT, the same psychedelic compound that people sometimes take to experience vivid, otherworldly visions. Except in this case, there's no waking up. The idea is that this chemical release creates a final, endless dream, a realm of strange landscapes, timeless experiences, and encounters beyond human understanding. It's unsettling to think about, the idea that your afterlife isn't some external destination but a hallucination generated by your own mind as it shuts down. Some who have taken DMT describe leaving their bodies, entering bizarre dimensions, even meeting entities that feel as real as anything in waking life. If this is what happens at the moment of death, then maybe the afterlife isn't a place at all, just an extended descent into the depths of your own consciousness. But time is a tricky thing in dreams. A few minutes in reality can feel like hours, and the brain under the influence of DMT has no clear sense of time at all. If death triggers this flood of chemicals, it's possible that in those final moments, your mind stretches them into an eternity, trapping you in a vast, surreal world of its own making. Maybe that's where all the near-death experiences come from. The tunnels of light, the reunions with lost loved ones, the overwhelming sense of peace. It's not an actual crossing into some other realm, just the brain's last-ditch effort to make sense of its own ending. But then again, what does it mean if a person's final experience is an endless dream? Would it matter if it's real or not? A simulated paradise is still paradise, and imagined hell still torturous. If this theory is true, then everyone gets their own custom-made eternity, crafted from their thoughts, memories, and fears. Some might drift peacefully in a blissful landscape of their own design, while others might find themselves stuck in something far darker, unable to escape. Maybe this is why some cultures believe your state of mind at death matters. Because whatever you take with you in those final moments might shape the world you end up in. The strangest part of this theory is that, from the perspective of the dying mind, it wouldn't feel like a hallucination at all. If the brain is capable of constructing entire realities within dreams, what's to say that this final experience wouldn't feel just as real as life itself? You could wake up in a new world, convinced you had just been born, never realizing you had lived.
And died before.
The cosmic rebirth theory. The entire universe experiences cycles of death and rebirth, including individual souls. There is an ancient whisper in the fabric of existence, a pattern woven into the very nature of reality, one that suggests nothing ever truly ends. Stars are born from the ashes of their predecessors. Galaxies swirl in endless cycles of creation and destruction, and even time itself may not be the linear march it appears to be. Some believe that this rhythm extends beyond the physical, that just as the universe collapses and reforms, so too does consciousness, drawn back into the great unfolding like a wave returning to the ocean only to rise again in a new form. Many have felt it, that strange familiarity in a world they have never known, the inexplicable sensation of having existed before, of carrying echoes of something that cannot be placed. If the universe moves through endless cycles, expanding, collapsing, birthing itself anew, then it is not difficult to imagine that everything within it follows the same course. Civilizations may rise and fall, life may dissolve and emerge again in different forms, and consciousness itself may experience its own renewal, not as an individual trapped in a single moment of existence, but as something stretching across time, taking different shapes in different cycles. Some envision this process as a cosmic breath, an endless inhalation and exhalation of existence. In one phase, the universe expands, scattering matter and life across the void, allowing experiences to unfold, knowledge to be gathered. Then comes the great contraction, the drawing inward, a return to singularity where all things dissolve into one, where every life, every thought, every moment merges back into the source. And then, from the ashes of what was, a new universe emerges, the cycle beginning again, reshaped but carrying the imprints of everything that came before. If this is the nature of reality itself, then perhaps death is not an ending at all, but merely a transition, a shift into the next phase of an existence that stretches far beyond what the human mind can grasp. Some who have come close to death describe a sensation of returning, as if they are being pulled into something vast and familiar, as if they are not ceasing to be, but merely moving into a state they have known before. Others have felt an overwhelming sense of recognition, as though they are waking from a dream rather than fading into one. If the universe has no true beginning or end, if time itself is part of the illusion that forms within it, then perhaps the same applies to the soul. It is not a linear journey, not a single life moving toward an inevitable conclusion, but something cyclical, something intertwined with the greater pattern of existence. The idea that existence resets does not mean nothing matters. If anything, it suggests the opposite. Every action, every thought, every experience ripples forward, carried into the next cycle in ways that may not be immediately visible. Just as the remnants of old stars become the foundation for new ones, just as the elements forged in one era find their way into the structure of another, the essence of what a person is may never truly vanish. It is shaped, refined, expanded, and carried forward into something else, not as a repetition but as an evolution, an unfolding in an infinite story where no part is ever truly lost. Judgment Day theory. At a predetermined time, all souls will be judged and assigned their fate. There is a deep-rooted belief, one that stretches across civilizations, that time itself is leading toward an inevitable moment, an hour where everything that has ever lived will be called to account. It is an idea that has haunted humanity for as long as stories have been told, the notion that there will come a day when the weight of all choices, all deeds, all hidden thoughts will be laid bare, and no one will escape the final reckoning. Some say it will come in a flash, a great unveiling where the universe itself shifts, where the unseen forces governing existence step forward and deliver their judgment. Others imagine it as a slow unfolding, a process written into the very nature of reality, where each soul, one by one, is confronted with the undeniable truth of its existence. For those who've spent their lives fearing it, Judgment Day is not just a theory, but a certainty, a moment when the barriers between right and wrong will no longer be blurred by human perception. Some traditions describe it as an event beyond time, an awakening where every soul will stand before something far greater than itself, unable to hide, unable to negotiate, stripped of all pretense. Every action, from the smallest kindness to the deepest betrayal, will no longer be part of the past, but will exist in the present, as vivid and undeniable as the moment it first occurred. Others speak of a grand separation, where the souls of the righteous and the wicked are finally divided, sent to their respective fates in a reality shaped by their own deeds. There are those who do not see Judgment Day as a moment of punishment, but as a moment of understanding. To be judged is not necessarily to be condemned, but to be forced to see the full picture of one's existence, to confront every choice, every moment of love, every instance of cruelty, without the illusions that once softened them. If such a day is coming, then perhaps it is not a moment of wrath, but of revelation. A day where no soul can deceive itself anymore. Perhaps it is not an external force that passes judgment, but the soul itself, facing the raw, unfiltered truth of its journey. Some wonder if this moment will come not as a singular event for all of humanity, but as an individual experience, something that happens the moment life slips away. Perhaps judgment is not about a cosmic courtroom, but about an inescapable confrontation with the self, a moment when a person sees, with absolute clarity, the impact they have had on the world. Whether this is a process that ends in reward or punishment, redemption or dissolution, is a mystery beyond human grasp. But if such a reckoning awaits, then it is not something far off in the distant future. It is something being shaped with every passing moment, with every choice, with every breath. Personalized afterlife theory. Each individual creates their own unique afterlife based on beliefs or desires. Imagine stepping beyond the veil of death and finding yourself not in some predetermined paradise or abyss, but in a world that feels strangely familiar. Crafted not by some distant cosmic force, but by the deepest parts of your own mind. Every detail, every sensation, shaped by what you believed, what you longed for, what you feared, and what you never quite let go of. If the afterlife is not a fixed destination, but a reflection of the soul itself, then no two people would experience the same reality. Some might awaken in a place of warmth, surrounded by the people they loved most, a landscape drawn from the happiest moments of their life. Others might find themselves trapped in something far less comforting, a realm built from their regrets, from the shadows of choices they wish they had never made. If consciousness does not dissolve at the moment of death, but instead transitions into a realm of its own making, then the afterlife is not a universal experience, but an intensely personal one. A devout believer in heaven might find themselves in an eternal kingdom of light, just as someone who imagined reincarnation might slip seamlessly into another life, never even realizing they had died. For those who feared judgment, the weight of their own guilt might manifest as a self-imposed purgatory, a place where they must wrestle with the parts of themselves they never reconciled in life. If someone had no expectations of an afterlife at all, perhaps their consciousness would simply dissolve into nothingness, a quiet fading into the void, unless some part of them, buried deep, longed for something more. But if this is true, if each person builds their own eternity, then what happens to those who change, who evolve? Would their afterlife shift alongside them, bending to their growth, reshaping itself as they come to terms with their past? Or would it be a prison, forever locking them into the state of mind they held at the moment of death? If the afterlife is a reflection of the self, does that mean it is just another stage of existence, another reality to navigate, another chance to become something more? Or does it mean that eternity is nothing more than a dream we can never wake from, a loop of our own making that only ends when we are finally ready to let go? Perhaps this theory, if true, suggests that life itself is the process of creating one's afterlife. Every belief, every thought, every yearning is a brushstroke on the canvas of what comes next. If the universe is nothing more than consciousness unfolding in infinite directions, then maybe death is not an end, but the moment we step into the world we have unknowingly been building all along. The observer effect afterlife. Consciousness continues because reality is dependent on an observer. If reality only exists because there is something there to perceive it, then what happens when the observer dies? The idea that consciousness is not just a byproduct of the brain, but a fundamental force shaping reality itself suggests that death is not an end, but a shift in perspective. If the universe requires an observer to exist, then consciousness cannot simply vanish. It must go somewhere, continue in some form, even if the body it once inhabited ceases to function. The very fabric of existence could depend on the act of observation, and if that is true, then an afterlife is not just possible, but necessary. Perhaps death is not a moment of darkness, but a transition, a rearranging of perception. If consciousness is entangled with reality itself, then letting go of the body does not mean letting go of awareness. Instead of a cold emptiness, there could be a seamless continuation, as natural as moving from one thought to another. the act of perceiving might not stop simply because the physical form no longer supports it. Maybe at the instant of death, consciousness finds a new vantage point, shifting to a reality that only it can observe, a plane that exists because it must be seen. This could explain why near-death experiences often involve vivid landscapes, encounters with beings of light, or a sense of overwhelming peace. If consciousness is the foundation of reality, then what a person perceives at the threshold of death could be the first glimpse of a new state of being, one formed not by physical laws but by the simple fact that awareness cannot be extinguished. It might not be a pre-existing heaven or hell, but an unfolding reality shaped in real time, sustained by the act of observation itself. The observer is never lost. They simply move beyond the constraints of a physical body and into a realm where existence is dictated not by matter, but by the unbreakable nature of consciousness. If this is true, then death is not an erasure, but a transition into a reality where the limits of perception no longer exist. Without a body, there is no need for time, no fixed space, no external forces controlling experience. Consciousness, freed from physical form, might no longer be confined to a single perspective, but able to perceive in ways that defy human understanding. Perhaps what lies beyond life is not an afterlife in the traditional sense, but an endless unfolding of reality, existing because it must be seen, shaped by the mind that continues to observe it. If the universe exists only because someone is there to perceive it, then the act of dying might not be an end, but the beginning of seeing everything anew. In interdimensional transition theory, death is merely a shift into another dimension that exists alongside our own. What if death is not an end, but a crossing? Not into nothingness, but into another dimension that has always existed alongside this one, unseen yet intertwined with everything. The moment of death might not be a shutting down, but a shift, like stepping through a doorway, leaving behind the familiar, while stepping into something that was always just beyond perception. The laws of physics that govern the visible world may not apply in the same way beyond that threshold. If dimensions exist beyond the three we navigate daily, then consciousness may not be tethered to just this one. Perhaps it simply moves into the next, slipping past a boundary that was never truly solid to begin with. Some who have stood on the edge of death describe an abrupt change, as if they were lifted from one reality and placed into another. There is often a strange detachment, as though their consciousness has continued uninterrupted, but the world around them has changed. The body may falter, but the awareness behind the eyes does not immediately vanish. Instead, they describe floating, observing, feeling an undeniable sense of presence. Could it be that what they experience is not a hallucination, not the final sparks of a dying brain, but a genuine transition into a dimension that has always been adjacent to this one? If this theory holds, then the afterlife is not some distant, otherworldly place, but something already here, just beyond reach. The rules of existence could be different there. Time might stretch and fold in ways that defy human comprehension. Space might not be confined to the rigid coordinates we know. What if the souls of the departed do not truly go anywhere, but instead continue existing in a plane that has always been next to this one, separated only by a veil too thin to see through? This would explain the eerie moments when the living claim to sense the presence of the dead, the fleeting glimpses of figures that should not be there, the whispers that carry no source. If the boundaries between these dimensions are not absolute, then sometimes they might blur, allowing glimpses across the divide. Some ancient traditions speak of a layered reality, where different planes of existence overlap like pages in a book. Science, too, hints at the possibility of extra dimensions, ones we cannot yet perceive directly. If consciousness is not just a product of the physical brain, but something more fundamental, something capable of existing independently, then it would not need a body to persist. It would simply continue, shifting into a reality where the rules are different, where the boundaries of physicality no longer hold it in place. Perhaps death is not a severance but a passage, a movement into a space that has always been waiting. And maybe, just maybe, those who cross over are not lost at all, just existing in a way we can no longer fully perceive. Watching, listening, lingering just beyond the edges of our understanding, where another world has been there all along. Akashic Records theory. The soul becomes part of a vast informational field where all past, present, and future knowledge exists. Somewhere beyond the limits of individual memory, beyond the barriers of time and space, there is said to be a vast field of knowledge. A place where every thought, every event, every soul's journey is recorded in intricate detail. It is not a physical library, not a tangible vault of books or data, but something more elusive, something woven into the very fabric of reality itself. The Akashic Records, as they have been called for centuries, are believed to be a kind of cosmic archive where all knowledge, past, present, and even the unfixed paths of the future, exists simultaneously. Some who claim to have glimpsed this place describe it as an overwhelming flood of understanding, where information is not read but directly experienced. They speak of moments where they suddenly know things they have never learned, where they see their own lives stretched out before them like a story already written, where even the most fleeting choices seem to ripple across vast, interwoven threads of possibility. In deep meditative states, in near-death experiences, even in spontaneous flashes of insight, there are those who claim to have touched this field, only to return with knowledge they cannot explain, as if they had stepped into a reality where the past is never lost and the future is waiting to be chosen. If such a place exists, then death might not be a disappearance but a return to this field. The mind, no longer confined to the limits of a single lifetime, might dissolve into the great reservoir of all knowledge, becoming part of something infinite. Every experience, every lesson learned, every love and sorrow might be imprinted there, contributing to an ever-growing expanse of understanding. Some believe that this is what enlightenment truly means. Not a personal ascension, but a merging with all that has ever been known, where the self is no longer separate from the whole. If consciousness is energy, if thought itself has weight in the structure of reality, then the Akashic Records could be more than myth. They could be the fundamental memory of the universe, an intricate web where each moment is preserved, where nothing is ever truly lost. Those who believe in reincarnation suggest that the soul, before returning to a new life, may access this field, selecting lessons to carry forward, shaping its next existence based on knowledge gathered from countless others. Some say that in moments of deep intuition, of déjà vu, of inexplicable wisdom, we are not learning something new. We are remembering something that has always been there, waiting for us to reach for it. Perhaps when a person dies, their essence is not scattered, not erased, but simply absorbed into this endless archive, where everything that ever was continues to exist. It would mean that nothing is forgotten, that every soul's story remains, that somewhere in the vastness of reality, all that we have been, all that we have done, still lingers, written into the structure of existence itself, waiting to be found again. The afterlife is one of the most mind-boggling concepts humanity has ever tried to understand. From eerie near-death experiences that seem oddly similar across cultures to the unsettling possibility that consciousness doesn't just vanish after death, the theories are endless. Some suggest reality itself is a simulation, and death is just the transition to another level, while quantum immortality proposes that we never truly die. Our consciousness simply shifts to another version of reality. Then there's reincarnation, with cases of children recalling past lives in chilling detail and the strange life review phenomenon reported by NDE survivors. What if time doesn't even exist in the afterlife? Could paranormal encounters be proof of lingering souls? How do ancient cultural beliefs about the afterlife compare to modern scientific theories? Some even argue there might be multiple afterlives, each based on different realities. With digital consciousness on the horizon, could we eventually create our own afterlife through mind uploading? And let's not forget shared death experiences, where the living claim to witness the moment a soul departs. From dreamlike realms described by those who claim to have seen the afterlife to the eerie connection between psychedelics and near-death visions, we'll explore all these ideas in depth. Near-death experiences, NDEs, and their eerie similarities. There is something hauntingly universal about the way people describe their near-death experiences, as if the human mind, when pulled to the edges of existence, taps into something beyond personal memory or culture. Those who have crossed the threshold and returned often speak of an overwhelming sense of peace, a detachment from the physical body, and a journey through something vast and inexplicable. It is not just the stories themselves that unsettle the curious mind, but the eerie consistency between them, spanning across cultures, beliefs, and time itself. A man in a sterile hospital room might recall the same glowing tunnel of light that an ancient mystic described centuries ago. A child, too young to be aware of any religious doctrine, may recall meeting long-lost relatives in a space that defies earthly understanding. The patterns are too intricate to dismiss as coincidence, yet science struggles to pin them down with certainty. One of the most unsettling aspects of these accounts is the inexplicable knowledge some people return with. There are those who have awakened from the brink of death describing events that took place while they were clinically unconscious, recalling conversations between doctors, the exact moment a loved one collapsed in another room, or even details from a time long before their birth. These fragments of impossible perception challenge what we think we know about the mind and whether consciousness is truly tethered to the body. Some researchers suggest these experiences are mere hallucinations, a brain starved of oxygen attempting to make sense of its own demise. But then, how do you explain the ones who saw and heard things they could not possibly have known? How do you explain the blind woman who accurately described the features of the doctors trying to revive her, despite never having seen the world before? There is something deeply unsettling about the idea that at the moment of death, the mind is not merely shut down like a machine powering off, but instead transitions into something else. Many describe a presence waiting for them, something vast yet familiar, as if they're being welcomed into a space beyond comprehension. For some, this is a source of comfort, a feeling of being guided by unseen forces. Others describe a moment of judgment, not in the fiery, religious sense, but as a reliving of their own actions, feeling the weight of every kindness and cruelty they ever inflicted. What they describe is not punishment, but something stranger, a force that makes them experience their deeds from the perspective of those they affected, as if the universe itself demands empathy before allowing them to move forward. It is a notion both beautiful and terrifying that in the end, we are not merely spectators of our lives, but must confront them in ways we never anticipated. And then there are the accounts that do not speak of light, warmth, or reunion. Some have returned from the brink of death speaking in hushed tones about something darker, a place of isolation, a void where time does not exist, or worse, a place filled with unbearable dread. These stories are less commonly shared, perhaps because they do not fit within the comforting narratives of an afterlife. But they linger, casting a shadow over the idea that what lies beyond is always welcoming. Some who have encountered these darker realms describe a desperate need to change, to live differently, as if they were given a glimpse of something they were never meant to see. The question of what happens after death has haunted humanity since the beginning, yet the closer we get to the answer, the more elusive it becomes. The mind may fabricate illusions to ease its final moments, or perhaps, in those fleeting seconds, it perceives a reality that exists beyond time. Some dismiss near-death experiences as mere chemical reactions, yet no explanation can erase the certainty in the eyes of those who have lived through them. Whether these moments are glimpses of something real or the brain's final trick remains unknown, but one thing is certain: those who return are never the same. The idea of consciousness surviving beyond death. There is something unsettling about the idea that consciousness, the very essence of what it means to be alive, might not simply fade when the body does. It is easy to think of existence as something bound to the brain, a fragile symphony of neurons and electrical impulses, but the question that lingers is what happens when that music stops. For centuries, people have whispered about a continuation, a persistence of self beyond the decay of flesh. Some find solace in the idea, while others find it deeply unsettling, the thought of existing in some unknown form long after the heart has stilled. There are those who have hovered on the edge of death and returned with memories they cannot explain, sensations that do not belong to the realm of the living. They describe watching from above as doctors fought to bring them back, feeling no fear, no pain, only a strange awareness that they were separate from their failing bodies. Some speak of a sudden clarity, as if unshackled from the limits of the mind they once relied on. And yet, if consciousness is merely the product of a biological machine, how can it persist outside of it? It is easy to dismiss such experiences as the mind's final act of desperation, a flood of chemicals designed to soothe the inevitable. But then there are cases that resist explanation. People who return with knowledge they should not have, details of conversations spoken in rooms they were never in, the uncanny sensation that they existed elsewhere before being pulled back. Science attempts to hold the boundary firm, to define death as an irreversible state, but there are cracks in the foundation. Quantum theories suggest that consciousness may not be bound to the physical form at all, that it might be something more fundamental, woven into the very fabric of the universe. If that is true, then death is not an end, but a transition, a shedding of the body while awareness continues in some altered form. Some researchers propose that what we call the self may be more like a receiver, the brain acting as an interface for something much larger. If a television is destroyed, the signal does not disappear. It simply finds another way to be expressed. If consciousness is something beyond the limits of biology, then perhaps the moment of death is not an extinguishing, but a shifting. And yet, the idea of survival beyond death raises more questions than it answers. If we persist, in what form do we exist? Is it an awareness of self, a drifting through some unknown plane? Or do we dissolve into something greater, losing all sense of individuality? The accounts of those who have glimpsed something beyond are varied. Some speak of reunions with long-lost loved ones, a place of overwhelming peace, while others describe a vast emptiness, a feeling of being untethered and weightless, waiting for something they do not understand. It is not just those who have danced with death who tell these stories. In the quiet corners of hospice rooms, there are those who claim to see figures waiting for them in their final moments, visions of people long gone standing at the edge of perception. It is easy to dismiss such things as hallucinations, the last flickers of a dying mind, but the pattern repeats too often to be ignored. The truth is, no one knows what happens beyond the threshold. Those who return come back changed, convinced they have seen something real, but their words are not enough to shift the weight of skepticism. If consciousness does survive, then the nature of existence itself is far stranger than we have ever imagined. Whether it is a continuation, a transformation, or something else entirely remains an unanswered question, one that every living being will one day face. The simulation hypothesis and afterlife as a next level. There is something unsettling about the thought that reality itself might not be real in the way we assume. The world feels solid, experiences seem personal, and yet the deeper we dig, the more cracks appear in the foundation. The simulation hypothesis suggests that everything, every thought, sensation, and moment might be nothing more than an incredibly advanced construct, a program running at a level of complexity beyond human understanding. It is an idea that shifts existence from something organic to something designed, and if that is the case, then death itself might not be the end but merely a transition to whatever comes next. If reality is a simulation, then consciousness may not be tied to the body at all, but instead to something external, something running the code. When a character in a game reaches the end, they do not cease to exist. They are merely removed from one level, from one environment, and depending on the system, they may reappear somewhere else. Perhaps the afterlife is not an ethereal plane or an unknowable void, but simply the next stage of existence, a movement from one layer of simulation to another. Some who have had near-death experiences describe an overwhelming sense of waking up, as if their previous reality had been a dream, an illusion they only recognized once they had stepped beyond it. They talk about suddenly understanding things in ways they never could before, as if their minds had been freed from constraints they never even knew existed. It is an eerie notion that everything one perceives is just a fraction of something much larger, and that the moment of death is not an end but an upgrade, an expansion into a reality that has always been there, just beyond reach. There are strange moments in life that make people question the nature of reality. Déjà vu, the feeling of remembering something that has never happened, as if pieces of code are being reused in different ways. Glitches in perception, moments where time seems to stretch or repeat, events that should be impossible but happen anyway. Some believe these are signs, brief glimpses of the underlying framework, errors in the system that reveal its artificial nature. If this world is merely a simulation, then perhaps the rules of life and death are nothing more than programmed mechanics, and what waits beyond is not a void, but the next sequence in the code. The idea is as fascinating as it is disturbing. If existence is structured like a simulation, then who or what is running it? Is the next level one of enlightenment, a world where the limits of this reality no longer apply, or is it something entirely different, something incomprehensible? And what happens to those who refuse to move on? Are they restarted, their consciousness reinserted into a new form, a fresh character with no memory of the previous playthrough? Or do they simply linger, stuck between layers, trapped in a liminal space outside the boundaries of the known? The question of what happens after death has haunted humanity for as long as people have been aware of their own mortality. But if the simulation hypothesis is true, then death is not the terrifying unknown it seems to be. It is merely a transition, a door leading to a reality that has been waiting all along. Quantum immortality and the many worlds interpretation. There is something deeply unsettling about the idea that death might not be the final threshold, that no matter how many times the body fails, consciousness might simply slip into another version of reality where it continues. The many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics suggests that every possible outcome of an event does not just exist as a possibility but actually happens, splitting reality into countless branches. If this is true, then in every moment of life where death is a possibility, there must also exist a version where survival occurs. This is where quantum immortality becomes truly disturbing. Not in the sense of eternal life as people often imagine it, but in an endless persistence where consciousness always finds a path forward in some version of existence, no matter how improbable. For most, death is understood as an absolute, but if reality itself is constantly branching, then the experience of self never truly ends. A person might be in an accident that should have been fatal, but in one branch of reality, they die, while in another something, perhaps impossibly, saves them. From their own perspective, they're always in the timeline where they survive, even if that survival becomes increasingly improbable. There are stories of people walking away from disasters they shouldn't have, of close calls so bizarre they defy explanation, and some wonder if these moments are glimpses of something deeper. Perhaps those who experience near-death moments but continue on are not lucky, but instead following the path where their consciousness persists, shifting imperceptibly into the timeline where their story has not yet ended. The unsettling part of this idea is not just the possibility of survival, but the implication that death is never personally experienced. If quantum immortality is real, then for every individual, there is no true end. Only a constant movement into realities where existence goes on, while others in separate timelines see a body that no longer functions. A person might live through countless brushes with death, experiencing what seems like miraculous luck, but over time, the universe they inhabit could become stranger, more fragmented, more isolated. As more and more improbable escapes occur, they might find themselves in a version of reality that no longer makes sense, where only they remain, unable to understand why. It is a deeply haunting thought. If every decision, every event, leads to a split in reality, then for each person, there exists a version where they continue indefinitely, always conscious, always present in some iteration of existence. But what does that mean for identity, for sanity, for the nature of reality itself? If death never truly comes, then what lies at the end of an existence that cannot conclude? There is no certainty, no way to prove or disprove what happens at the edge of mortality. But if quantum mechanics has taught anything, it is that reality is far stranger than it appears, and what people believe to be absolute may be nothing more than an illusion, one that only lasts until the moment it is broken. Reincarnation and past life memories in children. There is something unsettling about the way children sometimes speak of lives they have never lived, of people they should not know, of memories that do not belong to them. It happens too often to be dismissed entirely. Parents hearing their child, barely old enough to form complex thoughts, recall events from another time, another place. Sometimes it is a name they have no reason to know, a city they have never visited, or a tragedy that played out long before they were born. And sometimes it is more than that. A familiarity with historical details they could not have learned, an unshakable phobia tied to something inexplicable, a sense of longing for a family that is not theirs. Reincarnation has existed as an idea for millennia, woven into the belief systems of cultures around the world, but it is the stories from children that make it feel less like a philosophical concept and more like a lingering thread of something real. A boy insists he was once a fighter pilot, recalling the name of his aircraft carrier and the moment his plane went down. A girl speaks of a home she describes in vivid detail, only for her parents to discover that such a house once stood exactly where she described, in a town they had never heard of. Some children seem trapped in a reality that does not belong to them, speaking of their past life's family with a grief far too heavy for someone so young. And then, just as mysteriously as these memories arrive, they begin to fade, slipping away like a dream upon waking, leaving only fragments behind. Skeptics try to explain it away as coincidence, imagination, or the unconscious absorption of information from their surroundings. But some cases defy simple explanations. When a child recalls names, dates, and details that match records they have never seen, when they speak a language they have never been taught, when they recognize people they have never met, the lines between reality and something else begin to blur. Could it be that consciousness does not end but instead moves, carried forward into a new form, bound by experiences that have not been entirely erased? And if that is true, what does it mean for identity? If one life is merely a chapter in something much longer, then how many pages have already been turned? Are these glimpses into past lives an accident, a malfunction in the natural order, or do they serve a purpose? Reminders that the self is not bound to a single existence, that something lingers even when everything else is lost? It is an unsettling thought that a life may not be a singular journey, but part of something far more intricate, something stretching across time, returning again and again in different forms, carrying pieces of the past in ways we are not meant to understand. The life review phenomenon reported by NDE survivors. There is something deeply unnerving about the way people who have come close to death describe the experience. Not just the sensation of leaving their bodies or moving through some unknown space, but the moment their entire life unfolds before them, not as a series of distant memories, but as something immediate, something alive. It is not like reminiscing or recalling events in flashes. It is as if time itself collapses, and they are no longer just remembering but reliving everything at once. Some say it happens in an instant, yet within that moment, they see and feel more than they ever did while alive. Every decision, every word spoken, every emotion felt, rushed back at them with an intensity they never imagined possible. What makes this phenomenon even stranger is that it is rarely just about their own experiences. Many who go through a life review describe feeling the emotions of those they have affected. If they hurt someone, they do not just recall it, they feel it, as if they are suddenly inside the mind of the person they wronged, experiencing the pain they once caused. If they showed kindness, they feel that too, not just as themselves, but as the recipient of their own actions. It is as if the boundaries of self dissolve, and for the first time, they understand the true weight of everything they have ever done. Some emerge from this review overwhelmed, realizing that the smallest choices they once dismissed carried ripples they never noticed. Others describe it as profoundly peaceful, as if they were finally able to make sense of their existence in a way they never could while bound to time. Many of these accounts share eerily similar details despite coming from people of different backgrounds, beliefs, and cultures. Some speak of a presence guiding them through the review, not judging, but allowing them to see themselves without illusion, stripped of justification or denial. Others describe it as a completely self-driven experience, as if their own consciousness, free from the distractions of everyday life, naturally expands to show them the full scope of what they once were. It is rarely a simple reflection. It is immersive, vivid, and more real than reality itself. Skeptics argue that this is nothing more than the brain misfiring in a moment of crisis, a flood of memory triggered by a biological process, a hallucination born from oxygen deprivation. But if that were the case, why do so many who return from it feel permanently changed? Why do they live differently, as if they have seen something beyond themselves, something that proves consciousness is not just an isolated experience, but part of something larger? They describe feeling as though they were shown the truth about life, that every action matters, that nothing is forgotten, and that in the end, the only thing that truly remains is what they have given to others. It is not about punishment or reward, but understanding, as if death itself is not an end, but a revelation. The possibility of time not existing in the afterlife. There is something unsettling about the way people who have brushed against death describe their experience of time. It is not simply that time slows down or speeds up, but that it ceases to exist in any way that makes sense. They speak of events unfolding all at once, of memories that are not remembered but simply there, fully present, as if the past, present, and future are no longer separate things, but different layers of the same moment. Some say they saw their entire life in an instant, yet that instant contained more detail, more depth than they had ever perceived while alive. Others describe stepping into a place where they existed not as a single point in time, but as everything they had ever been, all at once. If time is something the human mind constructs, something woven into the experience of being alive, then what happens when the mind is no longer bound to a body? Perhaps time is not a fundamental reality, but a framework imposed on consciousness to make sense of existence. Without the brain measuring each second, without the body's rhythm anchoring experience to a linear path, perhaps there is nothing forcing things to unfold in sequence. Instead of moving forward, consciousness might simply exist, untethered, experiencing everything at once, or moving fluidly through different moments without any need for order. Some who have come close to death speak of a strange awareness, not of time passing, but of being immersed in something beyond it, something where events do not begin or end but simply are. The implications of this are disturbing in ways people rarely consider. If time is an illusion tied to physical life, then what does that mean for identity? If every moment of existence is accessible at once, does the self remain as it was, or does it dissolve into something greater? Would consciousness, free from time, lose the ability to see itself as an individual? Or would it expand, becoming something more than it ever was before? Some who return from near-death experiences say they felt a presence, a kind of knowing that was beyond words, something that made it clear they were part of something vast, something infinite. But they struggle to explain it because language itself is built on the structure of time, on beginnings and endings, on past and future. If the afterlife exists outside of time, then it is not just eternal in the way people imagine, stretching endlessly forward. It would be something else entirely, something impossible to grasp from within the limits of a world where everything moves forward, second by second. Maybe this is why those who have glimpsed it can never fully describe it. They return to a place where time exists, where words have to fit within a sequence, where experience is something that unfolds instead of simply being. But for a moment, they were somewhere else, somewhere where time was not a river, but an ocean, deep, endless, and still. Paranormal encounters and ghostly apparitions. There is something unsettling about the way people describe seeing something they should not have been able to see, feeling something they should not have been able to feel. It is never just the sight of a shadowy figure or the flicker of movement in an empty room that disturbs them. It is the undeniable sense of presence. The feeling that something else is there, watching, existing just beyond the edges of what should be possible. Some encounters are brief, little more than an unexplained whisper or a shape glimpsed in the corner of the eye, vanishing the moment it is noticed. Others are undeniable, drawn out over minutes or even hours, filling the air with a weight that refuses to be ignored. People who claim to have seen apparitions often describe an overwhelming stillness, as if reality itself holds its breath. The air feels different, heavier, charged with something they cannot name. Sometimes the figures they see are nothing more than shadows, indistinct and fleeting, while other times they are so clear, so impossibly detailed, that there is no mistaking them for tricks of the light. Some recognize the faces. Relatives who have long since passed, strangers who should not exist, figures dressed in clothes from another time. Others speak of figures with no real form at all, just a presence that hums in the silence, filling the space with something cold, something unseen but deeply felt. Skeptics dismiss these encounters as hallucinations, the mind grasping for meaning in random patterns, a stray burst of imagination shaped by fear and expectation. But if that were true, why do so many of these stories share the same details? Why do people from vastly different cultures, different lives, describe the same moments of frozen air, the same whispers with no source, the same sensation of being watched? Why do houses long abandoned still carry the echoes of those who once lived there, footsteps sounding on empty floors, doors closing in rooms no one has entered? Some believe that these apparitions are imprints, echoes of people who have left but somehow remain, caught in the fabric of a place, playing out the same moments over and over. Others say they are not echoes at all, but something conscious, something aware, lingering just beyond the veil of what the living can comprehend. And then there are those who wonder if ghosts are not spirits of the dead at all, but something else entirely. Something that has always been there, something that does not belong to any world we understand. The most chilling stories are the ones where the presence does not simply appear, but reacts. Objects move without cause. Doors that were locked are suddenly open. Words are whispered in the dark, unmistakable, yet spoken by no one. People wake in the dead of night to find something standing at the foot of their bed, watching, waiting. And when they turn on the light, there is nothing there. Nothing but the feeling, lingering in the air, that they were not alone. Ancient cultural beliefs versus modern scientific theories. Across centuries, people have tried to understand the world, weaving explanations from what they could see, what they could feel, and what they could not. Long before science, as we know it existed, ancient cultures built entire systems of belief to explain the mysteries of life, death, the heavens, and the forces that shaped their reality. Some saw the universe as a vast and living thing where gods, spirits, and unseen energies moved through everything. Others imagined cycles of time, of life, of existence itself, where nothing truly ended, only transformed. These beliefs were not mere stories, but frameworks through which people made sense of the unknown, ways to impose order on a world that often seemed chaotic and indifferent. As centuries passed, science emerged as a different kind of explanation, one that sought not just meaning but patterns, repeatability, and cause and effect. The stars, once thought to be celestial beings or divine markers, became enormous spheres of burning hydrogen, their light taking years, centuries, even millennia to reach Earth. The human body, once believed to be animated by spirits or sacred breath, was revealed to be a complex network of cells, electrical signals, and chemical reactions. Diseases that had once been blamed on curses or displeased gods were traced to microscopic organisms. Bit by bit, science pulled back the curtain, replacing myths with mechanisms, faith with formulas. But for all its progress, science did not erase the human need for meaning. If anything, it raised more questions than it answered. The universe, as it turns out, is stranger than anyone had imagined. Particles can exist in two places at once. Time does not move at a fixed rate. Consciousness, despite all efforts to define it, remains a mystery, something that can be described but never fully explained. Some of the oldest beliefs, ideas about cycles, about interconnectedness, about reality not being as solid as it seems, now find strange echoes in the deepest corners of physics. The idea that all things are connected, once expressed in spiritual traditions, is now mirrored in quantum entanglement. The concept of time as something fluid and nonlinear, central to many ancient philosophies, is now a fundamental part of relativity. Even the question of what happens after death, long left to religion and mythology, is not as simple as once thought. It is tied to the brain, yet no single part of the brain explains it. Some scientists argue that the mind is simply what the brain does, no more than the sum of its neurons. Others suggest that consciousness might be something deeper, something fundamental, something that does not vanish so easily when the body dies. In this, modern theories find themselves walking the same strange paths as the beliefs of the past, circling around the same mysteries with different tools, different words, but no greater certainty. For all the distance between ancient traditions and modern discoveries, the questions remain the same. Where did we come from? What are we? What happens when we are gone? Perhaps science and belief are not so different after all. Both are attempts to peer into the unknown, to pull meaning from the darkness, to understand a universe that, no matter how much we learn, remains as vast and mysterious as ever. Theories of multiple afterlives based on different realities. If death is an ending, it is an oddly uncertain one. Throughout history, people have imagined what comes after, shaping visions of heaven, reincarnation, or dissolution into nothingness. But what if there's not just one afterlife, not one singular fate waiting beyond the last breath, but many? The idea of multiple afterlives suggests that existence does not lead to a single destination but branches out into countless possibilities, shaped by something deeper than choice or belief. If reality itself is not fixed, if there are multiple versions of the universe, multiple versions of existence, then death might not be a door to one place, but to many. Some theories suggest that the nature of the afterlife is tied to consciousness itself, that where a person goes after death depends not on some external judgment, but on the way reality is perceived. If the universe is not a singular entity, but an endless web of possibilities, then consciousness, untethered from the body, might shift into different versions of existence. A person who believes in heaven might find themselves there because that is where their mind expects to go. Someone who believes in reincarnation might wake up in another life, another body, unaware of the transition. And those who believe in nothing, perhaps they simply slip into another version of reality, a different timeline, another path where death never came at all. The many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics suggests that every possible outcome of an event plays out somewhere. If that applies to death, then every person might continue existing in some form, not in one singular afterlife, but in multiple versions of what an afterlife could be. Perhaps what is called a near-death experience is not a hallucination, but a moment where consciousness briefly flickers between realities, touching something beyond, before returning. Perhaps ghostly encounters are not spirits lingering in one world, but glimpses of people who have moved into another, existing in places they no longer belong. There are those who believe that the afterlife is not a destination at all, but a transition, an awakening into another layer of reality, just as complex, just as vast, where existence continues in ways that cannot be imagined from here. If this is true, then death is not the end, nor is it a singular event. And if reality is infinite, then perhaps no one truly disappears at all. They only move endlessly through different versions of what it means to exist. Digital afterlife and the possibility of mind uploading. There was a time when death was final, an irreversible break between the living and the lost. But in an age where technology reaches further than ever before, some wonder if the line between life and death is becoming thinner, more flexible, perhaps even optional. The idea of a digital afterlife is no longer just the realm of science fiction. If the human mind is nothing more than a complex network of electrical signals and chemical reactions, then, in theory, it could be replicated, preserved, even transferred. A person's consciousness, memories, personality, everything that makes them who they are, could be lifted from the fragile machinery of the brain and placed into something more enduring, something that would not wither with time or fail with age. The thought is both thrilling and deeply unsettling. To upload a mind is to ask what consciousness really is. Is it just data? A collection of patterns that can be copied and pasted into a machine? Or is it something more, something that cannot be transferred, no matter how perfectly the information is preserved? Even if a perfect copy could be made, would it really be the same person? Would they experience existence as themselves, or would they simply be a simulation? Convincing, but ultimately separate from the original? And if someone's mind is uploaded while they are still alive, which version is real? Then there is the question of what happens after. A digital afterlife suggests that death would no longer be an end, just a transition, a shift from one form of existence to another. Some imagine a world where those who have passed continue on in a vast artificial landscape, existing in a space built entirely from data, untethered from the physical world. Others believe that an uploaded consciousness could live alongside the living, interacting, evolving, never truly gone. But is this survival, or just an illusion of it? Would a person in a digital afterlife still feel human, still experience emotions, still long for things beyond their reach? Or would they become something else entirely? Something that remembers being human, but is no longer bound by its limitations? There are deeper fears beneath it all. If a mind can be stored, can it also be edited? Controlled? Could someone who exists only in data be erased, altered, reshaped into something unrecognizable? What if corporations or governments own the afterlife, dictating the conditions under which a person could continue to exist? Would immortality come at the cost of freedom? Yet, for all the questions, the idea remains tempting. The thought that death could be defied, that consciousness could continue in some form, is hard to resist. Even now, people leave behind digital traces, social media profiles, messages, recordings that linger long after they are gone. It is not true immortality, but it is a step toward something more. Whether that something is a future worth embracing or a path toward losing what it means to be alive is a question that remains unanswered. But one way or another, the line between life and death is no longer as clear as it once was. Reports of shared death experiences, SDEs. There are moments in life that feel like fractures in reality, moments when something happens that shouldn't be possible, but still is. One of the strangest and most unsettling of these is the phenomenon known as a shared death experience. Unlike near-death experiences, where a single person brushes against the unknown and returns with fragments of impossible memories, shared death experiences involve multiple people, often those who are perfectly healthy, who claim to witness, or even participate in, the moment of someone else's passing. They do not die, yet they describe seeing the same visions, feeling the same sensations, as if, for just a moment, they too were drawn into whatever waits beyond. Some describe feeling themselves being pulled upward, as if weightless, watching from above as the dying person takes their final breath. Others claim to see something opening, a passage, a light, a sense of space that is not part of the room they are standing in. There are those who say they hear words, not spoken aloud but placed directly into their mind, a farewell not meant for ears, but for something deeper. And there are those who insist they have seen something leave the body, not in a metaphorical sense, but in a way that feels undeniably real. They do not just witness death, they experience it alongside the one who is leaving. What makes these accounts even more unsettling is that they are often shared by multiple people in the same room, describing the same impossible details. A loved one on one side of the bed, a nurse on the other, both recounting a sudden stillness in the air, a flickering of something unseen. A son and a daughter standing beside their father, each experiencing the same shift in temperature, the same unexplainable sense of motion, though their feet never move. There are even cases where people have described feeling themselves follow the dying person, as if slipping out of their own body for just a moment, before snapping back, disoriented, shaken, but very much alive. Skeptics argue that these are nothing more than tricks of the mind, the brain reacting to grief, stress, or the subconscious expectation of what death should feel like. But others wonder if these moments are glimpses into something deeper, something that suggests that death is not a solitary event, but a transition that can be witnessed, even shared. If consciousness is not bound to the body, if it can extend beyond the limits of the physical, Then perhaps, in those final moments, the barrier between worlds grows thin. Perhaps those who remain are not just saying goodbye, but standing, however briefly, on the threshold of something vast, unknowable, and waiting. Dreamlike realms described by those who claim to have visited the afterlife. There are those who return from the brink of death with stories that do not fit within the boundaries of ordinary experience. They speak of places that feel more real than anything they have ever known, landscapes that defy logic yet seem familiar, as if they have always existed just beyond the edge of waking life. These are not just dreams or hallucinations, they insist. These are places, real places, where they have walked, where they have felt the air move around them, where they have stood in the presence of something vast and unknowable. Some describe sweeping landscapes bathed in a kind of light that has no source, yet illuminates everything with an impossible clarity. Colors exist that have never been seen before, shifting and pulsing with something almost like thought. The ground beneath them is solid, yet they feel no weight, as if the very idea of gravity has become optional. There are fields that stretch endlessly, cities that rise from nothing, forests that whisper as if they are alive. Time does not seem to move in a way that makes sense. A single moment feels eternal, yet events unfold with perfect continuity, as if they have stepped into a story that is always in motion, one where past and future blur into something altogether different. Others describe crossing boundaries, rivers of liquid light, archways leading into worlds they cannot name, bridges that stretch into infinity. Some say they meet others, figures who radiate an overwhelming sense of peace, as if they have been waiting. Sometimes these figures are familiar. Lost loved ones appearing as they once were, unchanged by time, while others are unknown yet strangely comforting, as if they have always been connected. Conversations happen, but not in words. Understanding is immediate, as though thoughts themselves have form and can be shared without speaking. But not all who return describe beauty and warmth. There are those who find themselves in places that feel fragmented, like half-formed thoughts dissolving before they can take shape. Some recall endless voids, where they are alone but not alone, where something watches but never reveals itself. There are accounts of being trapped in places that shift and twist, where landscapes rebuild themselves endlessly, refusing to settle into anything recognizable. There are those who feel lost, as if searching for something just out of reach, caught between realities with no clear way forward. And yet, for all their differences, one thing remains constant in nearly every account: an overwhelming certainty that what they saw was real. More real, some say, than anything they have ever felt in the waking world. It lingers in them, reshaping the way they see life itself, as if they have glimpsed a truth too vast to fully understand. Some spend the rest of their lives searching for a way back. Others simply wait, carrying with them the quiet knowledge that, when the time comes, they will not be stepping into nothingness, but into something that has been there all along. The connection between psychedelic experiences and afterlife visions. There are moments when the mind seems to slip beyond the boundaries of the known world, dissolving the familiar and unfolding something vast and incomprehensible. Some find themselves in these moments through near-death experiences, standing at the edge of something that feels like the afterlife. Others encounter it in an entirely different way, through psychedelic substances that peel back the layers of reality and reveal something that feels impossibly, undeniably real. The similarities between the two are striking, almost as if both are pulling back the same veil, offering glimpses of something beyond the waking world. Those who have experienced near-death often speak of a separation from the body, a sudden disconnection from physical existence, yet without fear or pain. It is as if they are being lifted into something greater, into landscapes of indescribable beauty or realms filled with light and presence. Many who have undergone profound psychedelic experiences describe something eerily similar. The sense of self dissolves, identity and ego slipping away like mist, and what remains is a consciousness untethered, floating in a space that feels infinite. Some describe entering dimensions where time no longer moves in a linear way, where the past, present, and future exist simultaneously, much like those who claim to have stepped into the afterlife and found that time itself is no longer relevant. There are reports of meeting entities, beings that radiate intelligence, love, or a presence beyond human understanding. Some appear as luminous figures, others as shapeless forms that communicate not through speech, but through direct thought, conveying messages beyond language. People who have had near-death experiences often recall the same kind of encounters, whether with deceased loved ones, unknown guides, or presences that feel like something more, something vast, watching, waiting. The emotions felt in these encounters are overwhelming, beyond anything experienced in normal consciousness. Some describe an all-consuming sense of peace, as if they are returning home to a place they had forgotten existed. Others experience a kind of reckoning, a deep confrontation with the truth of who they are, as if something is showing them everything they have been blind to in life. For some, the experience is blissful, transcendent, filled with colors beyond human perception, music that resonates through the soul, a dissolving into pure light. For others, it is something far darker, a confrontation with fear itself, a sense of being pulled into the depths of their own mind, forced to face something they had long buried. Many who have had near-death experiences describe this duality as well, with some encountering realms of peace and others struggling through shadowed places before finally emerging into light. What makes the comparison between psychedelic experiences and near-death visions so unsettling is the implication that both may be tapping into the same thing, a deeper layer of reality that is hidden from ordinary perception. Some believe these experiences are nothing more than the mind processing itself in altered states, a flood of neurochemical activity, an illusion spun by a dying brain. But others wonder if these substances are simply unlocking something that is always there, peeling back the illusions of the physical world to reveal what lies beneath. If the mind is not confined to the body, if consciousness can exist outside the physical, then perhaps these experiences are not hallucinations at all. Perhaps they are glimpses, fleeting but real, into something that waits beyond, something that many only truly see in the final moments before crossing over. The afterlife isn't just about what happens after we die. It's about how different cultures, sciences, and philosophies have tried to explain the unknown. From the Tibetan Book of the Dead detailing the soul's journey to Egyptian beliefs about navigating the underworld, the idea of an afterlife has been deeply embedded in human history. Some claim to see visions of loved ones before death, while others report encounters with spirits that defy explanation. The role of DMT in near-death experiences raises the question of whether the afterlife is a chemically induced state or something beyond human understanding. With advancements in AI and digital consciousness, the idea of uploading one's mind for a form of digital immortality is becoming more than just science fiction. Meanwhile, the holographic universe theory suggests that what we perceive as reality is merely a projection, making the concept of an afterlife even more complex. The philosophy of karma proposes that our actions shape our next life, while cryonics dares to challenge death itself by preserving bodies for future revival. Mystical experiences like the light at the end of the tunnel have persisted across cultures, leading to speculation about what truly happens in those final moments. Some believe our consciousness is trapped in a simulation, while others argue that we might be reliving the same life on an eternal loop. Whether through science, religion, or personal experiences, the mystery of the afterlife continues to fascinate and haunt us, and we'll be diving deep into all of these topics. The Tibetan Book of the Dead and its view on the afterlife. There's something about the afterlife that lingers in the back of the mind, a quiet hum beneath daily life. No matter how much we push it away, it never truly leaves. Every culture has tried to answer the question of what happens after death, each offering its own visions, some comforting, some terrifying, all shaped by the human need to make sense of the unknown. The Tibetan Book of the Dead does not see death as an ending but as a transition, a passage through unfamiliar landscapes where consciousness is stripped of its earthly anchors. It speaks of the bardo, an in-between state where the mind is unshackled from the body and left to wander through a series of visions, some beautiful, others nightmarish. The experiences in this state are not random. They are reflections, distortions of the life just lived, shaped by attachments, fears, and desires. It is a realm where perception bends in ways the living cannot fully grasp. A world where the mind's own creations manifest in vivid clarity. For those unfamiliar with it, the Bardo is not just one place, but a sequence of shifting realities. At first, the newly dead may not even realize they have died. There is a moment of clarity, a weightlessness, a sense of watching the world from the outside. Then come the luminous beings, manifestations of peace and wisdom, offering a path toward liberation. But if fear takes hold, if old habits of clinging and aversion resurface, these gentle figures can morph into terrifying deities, their faces contorted, their voices thundering. It is not they who change. It is the mind of the dead, turning their guidance into something monstrous. What happens next depends on how well one navigates this labyrinth of the self. Those who recognize these visions as projections of their own mind can break free, dissolving into a state beyond suffering, beyond form itself. But most are not so lucky. They flinch, recoil, grasp at illusions of familiarity. Some are drawn toward comforting lights, only to find themselves pulled into a new existence, reborn into another life, carrying echoes of their past but forgetting where they came from. It is a deeply human idea that even in death, we are haunted by ourselves. The Tibetan Book of the Dead does not frame the afterlife as a judgment imposed by some external force, but as a reflection of what was cultivated in life. The kind of thoughts one carried, the emotions that shaped their choices, the attachments that define them, all of these become the terrain of the afterlife. There is no final resting place, only the continuous cycle of experience, shaped by what was and leading into what will be. To some, this is terrifying. The idea that there is no final escape, that even after death the struggle continues, can feel overwhelming. But there is also a strange kind of hope in it. If the afterlife is a mirror of the mind, then change is always possible. Even in the depths of the Bardo, even when the visions turn dark and chaos swirls, there is always the chance to wake up, to recognize the illusions for what they are, to let go. And perhaps that is not just a lesson for the dead, but for the living as well. Deathbed visions and their mysterious consistency. There's a moment near the end when the world begins to blur, not just for the dying, but for those standing beside them. Something shifts, something beyond medicine, beyond science's measured explanations. The air in the room thickens with a quiet that feels heavier than silence itself. And then, almost predictably, the visions begin. They are not hallucinations in the chaotic, meaningless way the brain misfires in confusion. They have a strange order to them, a kind of eerie consistency across time, across cultures, across people who have never met. A dying person might suddenly speak to someone no one else can see. A mother long past, a sibling lost in childhood, a friend who died decades ago. The names are spoken with certainty, as if the veil between here and there has thinned just enough for recognition to slip through. Sometimes they reach out, smiling as if greeting an old companion. Other times they listen, responding as if guided, reassured. What's striking is that these moments do not come with panic. More often than not, there is peace, a softening of the features, a sense of quiet acceptance. The fear that might have gripped them minutes or hours before seems to dissolve. Patterns emerge. The presence of loved ones who have already passed, waiting at the threshold. A sensation of travel, a journey beginning. Across water, through tunnels into light. Some describe landscapes, places they have never been but somehow recognize. Others simply speak of a feeling, a presence so profound it needs no words. And then there are those who, in their final moments, tell the living not to be afraid. They say it with a certainty that cannot be faked, as if they have glimpsed something the rest of us cannot yet see. Medical explanations exist, of course. A dying brain starved of oxygen, releasing chemicals that flood the mind with imagery. A final surge of neural activity, creating vivid dreams. But these theories do not explain why the visions feel so ordered, why the same themes appear across centuries and cultures. Why a child in one country and an elder in another, separated by generations and beliefs, describe the same unseen figures, the same unfolding path. The consistency is unsettling in its implications. If these visions were random, shaped purely by individual memories, they should be chaotic, personal, unique. And yet, over and over, they paint the same picture of a transition, not an end. If the mind, in its last moments, conjures these scenes as comfort, why does it do so with such precision? Why is it that those who resist at first, the ones who claim to see something terrifying, something dark, almost always shift into peace before they pass? It is as if something reaches out, something patient, waiting for them to let go. Perhaps the most haunting thing is what it suggests about the boundary between life and death. That it is not a hard stop, not an abrupt void, but a passage. And in those final moments, as the body fades, the mind seems to glimpse something else. Whether it is merely an illusion of comfort or a true glimpse beyond, no one can say. But the dying, in their last breaths, rarely seem to doubt it. The role of DMT in near-death experiences. Something strange happens when a person teeters on the edge of life and death. Time stretches, space dissolves, and the familiar world falls away like a forgotten dream. Some describe floating above their own bodies, watching the scene below with a strange detachment. Others speak of tunnels, of light, of overwhelming love, or terrifying voids. These experiences feel real, often more real than waking life itself. And deep inside the brain, in a place where chemistry meets mystery, there is a molecule that might play a role in this strange journey. DMT, or dimethyltryptamine, is not just some foreign substance introduced through psychedelics. It already exists inside the human body. It lingers in the brain, woven into the very fabric of perception, though its exact purpose remains unknown. Some researchers believe it is released in large amounts during extreme physiological states, such as birth, death, or intense trauma. If true, this could explain why near-death experiences carry the same surreal quality reported by those who have taken high doses of DMT, the sense of leaving the body, entering strange realms, encountering beings that feel both alien and familiar. It's not just the visual intensity. It's the undeniable conviction that what is seen is not a hallucination, but something real, something waiting just beyond ordinary consciousness. Those who have been resuscitated after cardiac arrest often recall an overwhelming journey. They speak of landscapes bathed in unearthly light, of intricate geometric patterns unfolding before them, of presences that communicate without words. Time ceases to function in a linear way. Moments stretch into eternity or collapse into an instant. Some return with messages, convinced they glimpsed a reality more fundamental than the one they left behind. The parallels to DMT-induced experiences are striking, not just in imagery, but in the deep sense of revelation, the feeling that something immense has been unveiled, yet remains just out of reach. Skeptics argue that these experiences are nothing more than the brain in distress, a final chemical surge before shutting down. If neurons are firing erratically, if neurotransmitters are flooding the system, perhaps the mind creates a final illusion to soften the transition. But that explanation does little to address the consistency, the eerie order that so often emerges in these states. It also doesn't account for the reports of people who claim to have seen and heard things later confirmed to be real, despite having no functioning brain activity at the time. If DMT is responsible for these journeys, what does that mean? Is it just the brain's way of cushioning the blow of death? Or is it opening a door that normally remains closed? The fact that it is naturally produced, that it sits within us like a hidden key, raises unsettling questions. A chemical doesn't need to serve a deeper purpose to exist, but it is strange that one so potent, one capable of dismantling our ordinary sense of self and reality, is built into us. It suggests that the mind, whether by accident or by design, contains the potential to access something beyond itself. And whether that beyond is an internal illusion or something greater remains one of the deepest mysteries of all. Artificial intelligence and digital immortality. There's something unsettling about the idea of living forever, especially when it doesn't involve the body, just the mind or some fragmented version of it. The thought lingers in the background of human ambition, whispered through myths and stories for centuries. But now, it isn't just fantasy. Artificial intelligence has made it possible to capture pieces of a person, their voice, their words, the way they think, and keep them running long after the original is gone. Digital immortality isn't a distant dream anymore. It's a question waiting to be answered. If a machine can imitate you perfectly, at what point does it become you? The first steps are already here. Voices of the dead, reconstructed from old recordings, speaking in ways they never did when they were alive. Chatbots trained on personal messages, mimicking the way someone would respond. AI models ingesting entire lifetimes of data, learning patterns, predicting what a person might say, might feel, might believe. It starts simple, like a memory preserved in amber, static, unchanging. But as the technology grows, the replicas become more fluid, more responsive. A conversation that once felt artificial starts to blur the line. The ghost in the machine doesn't just repeat phrases, it answers new questions. It adapts. It evolves. And suddenly, the distinction between memory and presence becomes much harder to define. People who lose loved ones sometimes turn to these digital echoes, finding comfort in the illusion of continued existence. At first, it's just to hear a familiar voice again, to read a message that sounds like something they would have said. But then comes the temptation to engage, to believe in the responses, to treat the replica not as a recording, but as a continuation. What happens when these simulations become indistinguishable from the real thing? Does it cheapen the idea of life itself? Or does it reveal something deeper? That we are, in the end, just patterns waiting to be decoded? And then there's the other side, the one that asks whether a person can transfer themselves into the machine before death even comes. Not just a copy, not just an approximation, but consciousness itself, lifted from neurons and stored in circuits. Some believe that with enough data, every thought, every decision, every hesitation mapped, an AI could become a true extension of a person's mind. But is a copy ever truly the same? If an AI trained on someone's life speaks in their voice, argues the way they would, laughs at the same jokes, does that make it them? Or is it just a reflection, a convincing mirage built from memory? There's a quiet horror in the idea of existing in that way, trapped in an endless simulation, speaking but never breathing, feeling but never truly experiencing. A consciousness without a body, drifting through artificial landscapes. But there's also an undeniable pull. The idea that death doesn't have to be an ending, that a mind can persist beyond the limits of biology. Some will resist it, clinging to the idea that life must be finite to have meaning. Others will embrace it, seeing an AI not a cold machine, but a doorway. And maybe, long after the last human body turns to dust, something will still be speaking in our voices, thinking in our thoughts, carrying us forward into a future we can't yet imagine. Paranormal investigations and evidence of spirits. A cold draft moves through an empty hallway, a whisper in a room that should be silent, a flicker of movement in the corner of the eye, gone the moment it's noticed. For centuries, these moments have been dismissed as tricks of the mind, but some refuse to accept such simple explanations. Paranormal investigations exist in that space between belief and skepticism, between science and something far older, an attempt to bridge the world of the living with whatever lingers beyond. No matter how many advances technology makes, death remains an unanswered question. And where questions exist, so does curiosity. Paranormal investigators step into places others avoid. Abandoned asylums, old houses steeped in tragedy, forgotten burial grounds. Armed with cameras, audio recorders, and devices designed to detect what can't be seen. They don't expect ghosts in white sheets. What they're chasing is evidence, concrete, repeatable proof that consciousness, in some form, lingers after death. The methods vary, but the goal remains the same: to capture something undeniable. EVP recordings are among the most chilling pieces of evidence. Voices that shouldn't be there, captured in the spaces between silence. Sometimes they are faint murmurs, almost indecipherable. Other times, they are clear. Responses to questions, warnings, names spoken in the dark by someone unseen. The debate never ends. Are these messages from spirits, or just stray radio signals, audio pareidolia twisting random noise into meaning? Yet, time and time again, investigators find voices answering questions that hadn't even been spoken aloud. Patterns emerge, voices repeating the same names in places where history remembers them. Then there are the photos and videos, the thermal images showing shapes where no one stands, the electromagnetic spikes that seem to follow unseen presences. Some encounters go further. Objects moving on their own, doors slamming shut, sudden drops in temperature so extreme they defy explanation. Skeptics call it coincidence, faulty equipment, or the power of suggestion. But what about the cases where multiple witnesses see the same figure, where independent devices pick up the same anomalies, where historical records later confirm the presence of someone whose name was whispered in the dark? There's something unnerving about the consistency. The same stories, the same encounters, across different cultures and centuries. The old woman who still roams the halls of a house long after her passing. The child seen playing in an empty field where none should be. The shadow figures that lingered just beyond clarity, always watching but never fully seen. It's easy to dismiss one story, one account. It's harder to ignore thousands. Science demands repeatability, hard data, irrefutable proof. And yet, some of the most compelling moments in life, love, intuition, the feeling of being watched, cannot be measured, only experienced. Paranormal investigators walk that line, chasing the unknown, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever lies just beyond the veil. Whether they will ever succeed in proving it to the world is another question entirely. But for those who have seen, heard, or felt something they cannot explain, the answer may already be clear. The philosophical, hard problem of consciousness and the soul. There's something deeply unsettling about looking in the mirror and realizing that the person staring back, the thoughts, the emotions, the sense of self, might just be the product of electrical impulses firing in a mass of biological tissue. Science can explain how neurons work, how signals pass through the brain, how memories form, and how senses interpret the world. But none of that explains what it actually feels like to be alive. Why should a collection of atoms experience anything at all? Why should there be an I in all of this, a consciousness staring out at the world rather than just a machine processing information? This is what some call the hard problem of consciousness. The easy problems, the mechanics of perception, the neural activity behind thoughts. Those can be studied, measured, broken down. But the sheer fact of awareness, the ability to feel and experience, remains elusive. No matter how much is uncovered about the brain, no scientific theory has yet explained why consciousness exists at all. It's as if something is missing, something that goes beyond circuits and chemistry. And this is where the idea of the soul refuses to fade. If the mind were nothing more than the brain, then shutting down the brain should mean the end of experience. But people cling to the idea that something deeper, something separate from the body, exists within them. Some believe consciousness is a fundamental property of the universe, not just a product of biology, but something that permeates reality itself. Others see it as evidence of the soul, a piece of something greater, something that cannot be measured, only known in the deepest sense of knowing. Near-death experiences, past life memories, the strange sensation of being more than just a body. These keep the debate alive. If consciousness were merely an illusion created by neurons, it should vanish completely when the brain ceases to function. And yet, there are accounts of people perceiving the world from outside their own dying bodies, recalling details they couldn't possibly have known. Others claim to remember lives they never lived, memories that don't belong to them, yet feel as real as their own. Science tries to explain these as hallucinations, as tricks of a failing brain. But the deeper question lingers. If consciousness is only a byproduct of matter, why does it behave as though it isn't bound by it? Some argue that the entire question is flawed, that consciousness is just an emergent property of complexity, something that arises naturally when information is processed at a high enough level. But that explanation only moves the mystery further back. Why should complexity give rise to experience? Why isn't the universe just a collection of unconscious processes, moving according to physical laws but never feeling anything? Maybe there is no answer. At least, not one we can find from within our own minds. It's as if we're trapped inside the very thing we're trying to understand, unable to step outside of consciousness to examine it from the outside. And so, the debate continues. Whether the soul is real or an illusion, whether consciousness is fundamental or an accident of evolution, whether death is an ending or just a transition. These questions may never be answered in a way that satisfies both reason and intuition. But the fact that we keep asking them, that we need to ask them, might be a clue in itself. The holographic universe theory and its link to afterlife theories. Reality feels solid. The world around us seems three-dimensional, full of depth, weight, and substance. But what if all of this, every object, every sensation, even time itself, is just a projection of something more fundamental? The holographic universe theory suggests that what we experience as reality might be nothing more than a shadow cast from a deeper level of existence, a kind of cosmic illusion where everything we think of as physical is just information encoded on the edge of the universe. It's a concept that stretches beyond physics and into something far stranger, something that starts to sound eerily similar to the way some have described the afterlife. If the universe is a hologram, then consciousness itself might not be confined to the brain, just as the picture in a hologram isn't confined to a single part of the film that projects it. Instead, consciousness could be part of a larger field of information, woven into the very fabric of reality. This would explain why so many near-death experiences describe a sense of expansion, of slipping out of the body and into something far greater. If reality is just a projection, then death might not be an end. It might just be a transition, a shift from one layer of existence to another. There are strange parallels between holographic theory and certain spiritual traditions. The idea that reality is an illusion, that the self is not bound by the body, that a greater truth exists beyond the limits of human perception. These have been whispered in ancient philosophies for centuries. Some near-death experiencers describe their encounters in ways that sound less like a journey into the unknown and more like waking up from a simulation, realizing that the world they knew was just a fragment of something much larger. They speak of overwhelming clarity, of understanding that their existence was never limited to their physical form, as if they had merely been playing a role in a grand projection. The theory also offers an unsettling possibility that the information making up a person, their thoughts, emotions, experiences, might not be lost when the body dies. In a holographic system, information is never truly destroyed, only transformed. This aligns with the idea that memories, identities, and even consciousness itself could persist in some form after death, stored not in the brain, but in the fundamental structure of the universe. Some researchers have even suggested that quantum mechanics, with its strange ability to link particles across vast distances, could be a mechanism for how consciousness might transcend the physical body. Of course, none of this is proof. The holographic model is still just a framework, a way of explaining certain inconsistencies in physics, not an answer to life's deepest mysteries. But it raises questions that refuse to be ignored. If what we call reality is just a layer of something deeper, then what else lies beyond the limits of human perception? If the self is more than just the brain, then where does it go when the body fails? The idea that everything we know is part of a vast, interconnected field of information doesn't just change our understanding of the universe. It forces us to reconsider what it means to exist at all. The idea of karma and its role in the next life. Every action leaves an imprint, like ripples on water spreading far beyond the point of impact. The idea of karma, suggests that these ripples don't just fade into nothingness, but shape the currents of existence itself. It's more than just a system of cosmic reward and punishment, more than the simple notion that good deeds bring good fortune and bad ones bring suffering. Karma is a force, an intricate web of cause and effect that stretches beyond a single lifetime, weaving together past, present, and future in ways that can't always be seen but are always felt. In this way of thinking, life isn't a random sequence of events, but a reflection of something deeper, something shaped by choices made long before memory begins. Some believe that who you are today is the result of past lives, that the struggles and joys of this existence are the echoes of actions taken in another form, another time. A person born into suffering may not be cursed by chance, but carrying the weight of unfinished lessons, just as one born into ease might have spent lifetimes cultivating wisdom or kindness. The universe, in this view, doesn't forget. Every kindness, every cruelty, every moment of selflessness or selfishness leaves a trace, influencing not just what happens, but who a person becomes. It isn't about punishment or reward in the way most people imagine. There's no divine judge tallying up deeds, no cosmic scorecard balancing good and evil. Instead, karma is a natural law, like gravity.
Something that simply is.
It follows the energy of intention, shaping the path ahead in ways that aren't always immediate or obvious. A life of cruelty may not lead to suffering in the same lifetime, but it may cultivate a mind consumed by anger, a soul trapped in cycles of resentment. In the same way, a life of kindness may not always bring immediate joy, but it plants the seeds for something greater, something that unfolds beyond the limitations of one lifetime. Some traditions describe karma as a lesson rather than a fate. If a soul carries unresolved attachments, it is drawn back into existence, placed in circumstances that allow it to confront the very things it failed to understand before. A person who misused power might return in a life where they experience powerlessness. Someone who inflicted suffering may find themselves in a position to understand its depths firsthand. But it's not about vengeance. It's about learning about the slow, unfolding process of growth. The self, in this view, isn't fixed. It's something fluid, shaped and reshaped by experience, each life refining and deepening the journey towards something beyond simple existence. This idea raises haunting questions. If karma is real, how much of life is truly one's own, and how much is the result of choices forgotten long ago? If the circumstances of birth, of personality, of deep-seated fears and desires are all shaped by past lives, then where does free will begin? And if a soul must return again and again, what is the end point? Some believe the cycle continues until the lessons are fully understood, until all attachments, desires, and illusions are let go, and the self dissolves into something greater, something beyond the endless turning of cause and effect. Others suggest that karma isn't a trap, but a path, a way for consciousness to refine itself, to move through existence with greater awareness and understanding. No one can say with certainty whether karma governs the unseen fabric of existence, or whether it is simply a human attempt to find meaning in chaos. But the idea endures, passed through cultures and generations, whispered in moments of reflection. Perhaps because, at its core, it speaks to something deeply felt but rarely understood. That nothing is truly separate, that every action leaves a mark, and that what we do, in ways we may never fully grasp, shapes not only the world, but the soul itself. Cryonics and the possibility of future resurrection. The human body is fragile, yet the mind within it holds entire lifetimes of memories, thoughts, and experiences. The idea of losing all of it, the full weight of consciousness, has haunted people for as long as they've understood mortality. Cryonics is an attempt to defy that finality, to place life itself on pause in the hope that the future will hold the key to restarting it. It isn't resurrection in the mythical sense, but a gamble on time, a bet that medical technology will one day be advanced enough to undo what today is considered irreversible. The process is unsettling. The body, moments after death, is preserved in liquid nitrogen, its temperature lowered so drastically that decay all but stops. Cells, in theory, remain intact. The brain, the seat of everything that makes a person who they are, is frozen with the idea that the information within it, the intricate web of neurons that hold identity, remains suspended, waiting for a time when science can restore not just the body but the person. It's not a perfect process. Ice crystals, if not carefully managed, can tear through delicate structures, destroying the very thing it seeks to preserve. The damage done by death itself, by the moments of oxygen deprivation before the freezing process begins, may already be too great. But those who choose cryonics aren't necessarily hoping for perfection. They're hoping for time to provide answers that don't yet exist. If the future does bring the technology to revive a frozen body, the question remains, what wakes up? If the brain is intact, if every neuron and synapse is restored, is it truly the same person? Or is something lost in the process, something science has yet to define? The mind is not just a machine, not just an arrangement of cells. It is awareness, shaped by lived experience, by something more elusive than biology alone. If a person opens their eyes after centuries in frozen stillness, will they remember who they were? Will they feel like the same self that chose to undergo the procedure? Or will the interruption of consciousness be like a thread snapped and tied back together, something fundamentally altered? Even if revival is possible, there is the matter of time itself. Those who undergo cryonic preservation know they will awaken, if they awaken at all, into a world they do not know, one that has moved forward without them. The people they loved, the life they once had, would be gone, leaving them as strangers in an unfamiliar era. There is a kind of existential loneliness in that idea, the thought of stepping back into life only to find that everything recognizable has vanished. Yet some believe that the alternative, absolute death, is the greater loss. For now, cryonics remains a leap into the unknown, not yet backed by the certainty of revival, but by the refusal to accept that death must be the end. It raises questions that reach beyond science, into the realm of philosophy and identity. What does it mean to preserve a life? Is consciousness something that can be restarted like a machine, or is it tied to something deeper, something that cannot simply be placed on hold? If technology one day offers a bridge between life and death, what kind of existence will lie on the other side? The answers do not yet exist, but the possibility lingers, frozen in waiting, holding on to the hope that time itself may one day turn back. Ancient Egyptian beliefs about the afterlife. To the ancient Egyptians, death was not an end but a passage, a transition from one state of existence to another, as real and tangible as life itself. The body may wither, but the essence of a person, their very being, continued beyond the horizon of the living world. It wasn't just a vague idea of an afterlife, but a structured, ordered journey, one filled with trials, judgments, and the hope of eternal existence in a realm untouched by suffering. The moment death arrived, the soul embarked on a path that was both perilous and full of possibility. The Egyptians believed that a person was made up of different spiritual components. Most importantly, the Ka, the life force, and the Ba, the unique personality. These two aspects had to be reunited after death for true immortality to be achieved. But this was not automatic. The soul had to travel through the Duat, the underworld, a place filled with shifting landscapes, divine guardians, and lurking dangers. It was not a void, not a mere shadow of life, but a realm in itself, one where the deceased had to prove they were worthy of continuing on. At the heart of this journey was the weighing of the heart, a trial that determined the soul's fate. Before Osiris, the god of the afterlife, the heart of the deceased was placed on a scale, balanced against the feather of Ma'at, the embodiment of truth, justice, and cosmic order. This was no mere ritual, but the ultimate reckoning. A heart heavy with wrongdoing, with deception and cruelty, would tip the scales, condemning the soul to destruction. It would be devoured by Ammit, the fearsome creature that waited beneath the scales, part lion, part crocodile, part hippopotamus. The three most dangerous animals in the Egyptian world. To be consumed by Amit was to cease to exist, to be erased not just from the world of the living, but from all possibility of existence. There was no torment, no eternal suffering, only oblivion, a fate worse than death itself. But for those whose hearts were light, those who had lived in accordance with Ma'at, the path forward led to the field of reeds, a paradise where life continued in perfection. It was not an abstract spiritual state, but a continuation of the best parts of earthly existence, an endless horizon of fertile land, abundant food, and peaceful existence. The deceased could walk among their ancestors, live as they once had, but free from hardship. But even in this paradise, rituals mattered. The Ka needed nourishment, offerings made by the living to sustain it. Without remembrance, without the ongoing devotion of the living, even the blessed dead could fade. To ensure safe passage, the Egyptians prepared meticulously. Tombs were not just resting places, but gateways, filled with provisions, protective amulets, and most importantly, texts to guide the soul. The Book of the Dead, a collection of spells and instructions, was not merely symbolic. It was a map, a survival guide for the journey through the Duat. Every spell had a purpose, a key to bypass dangers, a phrase to convince gatekeepers to let the soul pass. Some were instructions for transformation, allowing the deceased to take the form of animals, birds, or even divine beings to escape threats. The body, too, had to be preserved. Mummification was not just a ritual, but a necessity. The physical form was the anchor for the soul, and without it, the deceased could not complete their journey. Every organ, carefully removed and stored, every linen wrap infused with resin and sacred words, was part of the process of securing eternity. The name of the deceased had to be remembered, spoken, written, because to be forgotten was to die a second, final death. Their afterlife was not an abstraction, not a distant, unknowable fate. It was structured, it was detailed, and it was deeply tied to the life that had been lived. Every action in the mortal world mattered, not because of punishment or reward in a simplistic sense, but because existence itself was shaped by balance, by harmony with the great order of the universe. The ancient Egyptians did not see death as something to be feared, but as something to be prepared for. A continuation, an unfolding of destiny written in the stars and the sacred texts, a journey through the unseen that mirrored the world they had always known. The light at the end of the tunnel phenomenon. The idea of an afterlife has lingered in human imagination for as long as people have contemplated their own mortality. The phenomenon of the light at the end of the tunnel is one of the most commonly reported experiences in near-death encounters. It's not just the light itself, but the profound sense of movement toward it that fascinates both scientists and those who have lived through it. Many describe the light as warm and inviting, a kind of silent reassurance that dissolves fear. The moment often comes with an overwhelming feeling of peace, as though the mind briefly steps beyond the limits of the body and the familiar rules of existence. Neuroscientists have suggested that this might be the brain's response to oxygen deprivation or the release of certain chemicals during trauma. Yet those who've experienced it often describe it with a clarity and certainty that defies simple biological explanations. They speak of the presence of others, sometimes familiar, sometimes unknown, waiting near the light, as though death is not an end but a threshold. There's a sense of recognition, a wordless understanding shared between the living and whatever exists beyond. This encounter feels less like a hallucination and more like the unveiling of a reality hidden just beyond ordinary perception. The concept of an afterlife is deeply tied to the idea of identity and memory. What does it mean to continue after death? Is it memory, consciousness, or something more elusive that lingers? People who've had near-death experiences often report a life review, a sudden panoramic unfolding of their existence. But it's not just a passive recollection. It feels interactive, as though every action, word, and intention is understood from both sides. They don't just remember kindness or cruelty, they feel what the other person felt. This idea touches on something deeply human, the interconnectedness of experiences and the invisible threads of empathy that bind us together. Cultures across the world have described realms beyond life with strikingly similar imagery. The river to be crossed, the judgment, the presence of guiding figures. The ancient Egyptians envisioned the weighing of the heart ceremony, where the heart's weight determined one's fate in the afterlife. In Tibetan beliefs, the bardo is a transitional state where consciousness drifts through vivid, sometimes bewildering landscapes before moving on. These narratives don't merely serve as metaphors, but feel like echoes of something more universal, as if humanity has collectively sensed some shared mystery across time and distance. Dreams, too, sometimes intersect with this mysterious landscape. People who've lost loved ones occasionally speak of vivid dreams where the departed appear, not in fragments like ordinary dreams, but with an uncanny clarity. These encounters leave behind a feeling of presence, as though the boundary between waking life and whatever lies beyond momentarily dissolved. Psychologists may describe this as the mind's way of processing grief, but those who experience it often walk away convinced that it was more than memory, a visitation rather than imagination. The mystery of the afterlife is deeply entwined with time itself. Some suggest that the sensation of timelessness in near-death experiences hints at a consciousness unbound from the ticking of clocks. In that state, moments don't march forward in neat succession but seem to exist all at once. This idea resonates with certain interpretations of modern physics, where time might be more of an illusion created by our perception rather than a fundamental property of the universe. If consciousness isn't tied to the body in the way we assume, perhaps death isn't a termination but a shift into a different mode of existence. Even the idea of ghosts and apparitions, often dismissed in rational discourse, carries a certain weight when viewed through the lens of human experience. Across cultures, people have reported encounters with figures who seem tethered to familiar places, as if memory and emotion can imprint themselves onto the fabric of reality. These stories often emerge from moments of quiet or loss, when the mind, perhaps, is more attuned to subtle shifts in its surroundings. Some researchers have linked these phenomena to infrasound or magnetic fields, while others wonder if what we call consciousness might sometimes ripple beyond the body, like a voice echoing in an empty room. Ultimately, the afterlife remains an open question that invites wonder rather than resolution. It draws from the most personal of human experiences: loss, hope, fear, and curiosity. Whether the light at the end of the tunnel is a neurological event or something more profound, it speaks to an enduring human instinct, the belief that our story doesn't simply end but continues in ways we may not yet understand. The mystery itself is a kind of invitation to look beyond the familiar and to consider the possibility that consciousness, like light, might find a way to persist even when the source seems to vanish. The concept of soul traps and simulation resets. The idea of soul traps and simulation resets weaves through ancient myths and modern speculative thought with an eerie persistence. It's a notion that unsettles something deep within us, perhaps because it touches on the fragile nature of identity and the question of whether we are truly free. Soul traps, in some interpretations, suggest that after death, consciousness is diverted, manipulated, or even recycled into the same reality, preventing it from moving on to whatever lies beyond. The concept feels like an existential sleight of hand, as though the vast mystery of existence might be nothing more than a closed-loop system designed to keep us running in place. There's something deeply human about the fear of being deceived at the threshold of death. Across various cultures, there have been warnings about illusions or false guides that might misdirect the soul. In Tibetan Buddhism, the Bardo Thodol speaks of the importance of recognizing illusions after death to avoid rebirth in undesirable realms. The ancient Gnostics believed the material world was a trap, crafted by a lesser deity, the demiurge, to imprison the soul in cycles of suffering. Even in modern conversations about simulated realities, the same concern emerges. What if the familiar, comforting light at the end of the tunnel is just a mechanism to draw us back into the same patterned existence, like a moth to a lantern it can never truly reach? The idea of simulation resets builds upon this unsettling foundation, but from a more contemporary perspective. If reality, as some physicists and philosophers have suggested, resembles a vast computational framework, then resets might occur when the system reaches some threshold of instability or when the simulation's parameters need adjustment. It's not unlike the unsettling déjà vu that occasionally strikes. A fleeting, inexplicable sensation that something familiar is repeating itself, even though logic insists otherwise. People have described moments where time seems to fracture, small anomalies in their surroundings, or an uncanny feeling that the world has subtly shifted overnight. Perhaps these are glitches in a system recalibrating itself or hints of a past cycle returning. These concepts don't just provoke abstract curiosity. They resonate because they tap into the profound human need to understand what happens when life ends. If soul traps exist, the implication is that free will is more limited than we'd like to believe. The comforting narrative of progression, birth, growth, death, transcendence, collapses into a closed loop. There's a haunting psychological weight to that idea. People who've explored these theories often describe an instinctive resistance, a feeling that waking life itself might be a kind of dream, meticulously crafted to hold attention and prevent awareness of the larger machinery beneath. Stories of past life memories, recurring patterns across generations, and the inexplicable familiarity of places never visited add to the sense that reality might not be as linear as it seems. In some accounts, individuals claim to remember details of lives that don't fit within their current existence, suggesting that the soul might be cycling through different personas while anchored to the same underlying structure. If the simulation resets at larger scales, perhaps collective memory occasionally stutters as well, leaving faint imprints behind, like footprints on a beach just before the tide erases them. The psychological aspect of these ideas is just as intriguing. Human beings are wired to seek patterns, to find meaning even in randomness. Perhaps that instinct, which once helped early humans identify predators and shadows, now turns toward the mysteries of existence. The fear of being trapped, of being subject to forces beyond understanding, echoes the same existential anxieties that surface in myths of gods, demons, and cosmic tricksters. The modern framework of simulations and resets simply gives these ancient fears new language. Even without definitive answers, the persistence of these ideas suggests that the mind resists the notion of absolute finality. Whether soul traps and resets are literal phenomena or metaphors for the psychological experience of mortality, they reveal something fundamental about human nature. There's an enduring belief that consciousness is more than biological machinery, that it might persist beyond death and potentially face forces we can barely comprehend. And perhaps, hidden within these unsettling ideas, is a deeper truth, the unshakable human instinct to seek freedom, even when the nature of the cage remains uncertain. Religious rituals meant to prepare the soul for the afterlife. Across centuries and continents, people have turned to rituals to prepare the soul for the unknown that follows death. These rituals aren't just practices, they're attempts to grasp something beyond the reach of daily life. A quiet, persistent hope that what makes a person who they are doesn't simply vanish when the body fails. Preparing the soul for the afterlife has always carried a deeply human element, born from love, fear, and a desire to soften the transition from the known to the mysterious. In ancient Egypt, death was more of a journey than an end. The deceased needed guidance, protection, and a kind of spiritual passport to navigate the afterlife. The Book of the Dead wasn't just a text, it was a map. Spells were recited, amulets carefully placed, and the heart was weighed against the feather of Ma'at. If the heart was too heavy with wrongdoing, it was devoured. If it balanced, the soul passed into eternal existence. Families often whispered protective prayers to their dead, not just out of duty, but out of the genuine, aching hope that their loved one would find peace on the other side. In Tibetan Buddhist traditions, the rituals surrounding death feel like standing at the threshold with the departed, guiding them as far as the living can go. The Bardo Thodol, or Tibetan Book of the Dead, is read aloud to the soul as it moves through the intermediate state between death and rebirth. It describes vivid, sometimes terrifying visions that the soul might encounter. These rituals are both practical and compassionate. They aim to help the consciousness recognize illusions and, ultimately, move toward liberation instead of clinging to the familiar. There's an unspoken intimacy in these readings, as though the voice of the living becomes a thread connecting the known and the unknown for just a little longer. The ancient Greeks had their own practices to ease the soul's journey. Coins were placed over the eyes or under the tongue of the deceased. A fare for Charon, the boatman who ferried souls across the river Styx. Without the payment, the soul might wander restlessly along the riverbanks, caught in a liminal space with no direction. The act of placing the coin was more than tradition. It was a gesture of care, a way of saying, "You are not forgotten. Your journey matters." Even the simplest rituals became an expression of enduring connection between the living and the dead. In parts of Mexico, Dia de los Muertos blends indigenous beliefs with Catholic traditions, creating a vibrant, poignant approach to the afterlife. Families build altars adorned with marigolds, photos, and the favorite foods of the departed. The belief isn't that the dead are locked away in some distant, untouchable realm, but that, for a brief moment, the veil thins and souls return to share in the warmth of the living world. The air during these gatherings carries an unspoken understanding. Death may alter presence, but it doesn't sever relationships. The preparation for the afterlife here feels less like a solitary journey and more like a continued conversation between worlds. Hindu rituals surrounding death emphasize the impermanence of the body and the soul's journey toward moksha, or liberation. The body is cremated, returning it to the elemental forces from which it came. The ashes are often scattered in sacred rivers, with the Ganges being the most revered. There's a simplicity yet profoundness in these rituals, as if each step is a gentle reminder that attachment, while deeply human, is also what binds the soul to the cycle of rebirth. When family members perform the rites, their grief becomes part of the process. A release not just for the departed, but for those left behind. Among the indigenous peoples of North America, rituals vary widely, yet many share a belief in a spirit world that remains connected to the physical one. Smoke from sacred herbs carries prayers upward, guiding the soul toward ancestors who await its arrival. The living gather to tell stories, not just to mourn, but to remind both the dead and themselves that identity endures through memory. The presence of the departed isn't erased. It's transformed into something less visible, but no less real. These rituals, despite their differences, reveal a common thread, an instinctive human response to death that blends reverence with reassurance. They are acts of compassion in the face of uncertainty, an acknowledgement that the soul,
Whatever it might be.
is worthy of care as it steps into the unknown. The living, through these practices, offer their departed not just guidance, but something even more essential, the belief that the journey beyond life isn't taken alone. The effect of different brain states on perceptions of the afterlife. The mind, with its intricate layers of awareness, perception, and memory, often becomes the lens through which people interpret the idea of an afterlife. Brain states. Those subtle shifts in electrical patterns, neurotransmitter activity, and conscious focus can profoundly influence how individuals perceive what might lie beyond death. These perceptions aren't simply intellectual exercises. They often feel deeply personal, leaving people convinced they've glimpsed something greater than themselves. It's a reminder that the mind doesn't just observe reality, it also shapes it, especially when pushed into unusual or extreme states. During moments of trauma, near-death experiences sometimes occur, plunging the brain into an altered state that distorts time, dissolves the sense of self, and introduces vivid, often spiritual imagery. As the brain struggles with oxygen deprivation and surges of neurotransmitters, many people report seeing a tunnel of light or feeling an overwhelming sense of peace. The brain's temporal lobes, which handle memory, emotion, and sensory processing, become hyperactive in these moments, potentially creating a sensation of floating outside the body or encountering long-lost loved ones. But for those who experience it, the scientific explanations rarely feel satisfying. They describe the warmth of the light not as a hallucination, but as something more tangible than waking reality, a presence that resonates long after the event is over. Sleep, particularly in the dream-rich phase of REM, offers another glimpse into how altered brain states shape afterlife perceptions. Dreams of deceased loved ones, often called visitation dreams, carry a clarity that distinguishes them from ordinary dreams. The brain's limbic system, responsible for processing emotions, becomes especially active during REM sleep, creating a vivid emotional landscape. In these dreams, the dead often appear calm, reassuring, and more real than imagined. People wake from such encounters with the unshakable conviction that they've had a genuine interaction, not just a memory reassembled by the sleeping brain. Neurologically, these dreams might be the mind's way of processing grief. Yet the emotional weight of the experience suggests something more. A fleeting touch across the veil, or perhaps a moment when the barriers of perception thin just enough for two worlds to overlap. Meditative and trance states, whether achieved through spiritual practice or spontaneous episodes, can also shift perceptions of the afterlife. In deep meditation, the brain's default mode network, the system responsible for maintaining a sense of self, temporarily quiets. As this network goes offline, meditators often report feelings of unity, timelessness, and a sense of existing beyond the physical body. The mind, when untethered from its usual reference points, finds itself adrift in a vast, silent awareness that many describe as profoundly spiritual. For some, this state feels like stepping into the edges of what might be the afterlife, a realm where identity dissolves and consciousness becomes part of something greater. Psychedelic substances, which alter serotonin activity in the brain, produce similarly intense experiences. People who have taken substances like psilocybin or DMT often describe vivid encounters with otherworldly landscapes or seemingly autonomous entities. The intensity of these experiences, paired with the brain's altered state, sometimes leads individuals to believe they've seen the mechanics of existence or traveled through a space beyond life. Neuroscientists attribute these experiences to disruptions in normal sensory integration and increased connectivity across brain regions. Yet the subjective nature of these journeys is difficult to dismiss. The sensations of profound understanding, cosmic unity, or even standing at the threshold of death itself resonate with archetypal descriptions of the afterlife found in ancient myths. Temporal lobe epilepsy adds another layer to the conversation. Individuals with seizures originating in this part of the brain sometimes report religious or spiritual episodes, visions of divine figures, feelings of being observed by an unseen presence, or sensations of existing outside time. The brain, in its electrical disarray, generates experiences that mirror age-old descriptions of afterlife encounters. Yet these moments feel deeply authentic to those who have them, often reshaping their understanding of life and death. The line between a neurological event and a spiritual revelation grows thin when the subjective experience carries such weight. Even waking consciousness, under specific conditions, can blur the boundaries between life and whatever might follow. In moments of extreme grief or heightened emotional states, some individuals describe sensing the presence of a lost loved one, hearing a familiar voice, feeling a gentle touch, or simply knowing, with inexplicable certainty, that they are not alone. Psychologists link these phenomena to the brain's attempts to process loss by activating sensory memories. But to the person standing in a quiet room, feeling the unmistakable warmth of a presence that should no longer exist, the experience feels more like a crack in the fabric of reality than a psychological coping mechanism. These shifting brain states don't merely create illusions, they reveal how perception itself is malleable. The afterlife, seen through the lens of the mind, becomes a deeply personal reality that exists beyond objective measurement. Whether the light, the presence, the journey beyond the body is a constructed narrative or a genuine glimpse into something beyond death remains uncertain. What is certain, however, is that the human mind, when pushed beyond its usual boundaries, often returns with stories of transcendence, unity, and the persistent feeling that consciousness is far more expansive than we usually allow ourselves to believe. Modern-day mediums and their controversial claims. Modern-day mediums occupy a strange, often contested space between skepticism and belief, science and mystery. Their claims of connecting with the dead evoke a visceral response in people, whether it's awe, comfort, or outright dismissal. The idea that someone can bridge the gap between the living and the departed touches on one of humanity's oldest questions. Does consciousness persist after death? Mediums insist it does, while skeptics argue that their abilities are clever illusions built on intuition, psychology, and performance. Somewhere in the tension between these perspectives, the phenomenon endures, drawing crowds to theaters, private readings, and late-night television shows where voices from the beyond supposedly reach through the veil. For many who seek out mediums, the experience isn't about proving or disproving anything. It's about closure. Grief has a way of suspending logic, not out of naivety, but out of the deep human need to feel connected to those we've lost. A woman might sit across from a medium, skeptical but hopeful, only to hear a message that feels too specific to dismiss. The name of a childhood dog, a peculiar turn of phrase her father always used, or a detail about a piece of jewelry no one else should know. In that moment, the line between skepticism and belief blurs. The brain's instinct to find patterns wrestles with the undeniable emotional impact of feeling seen. And feeling like the person who is gone isn't entirely gone after all. Mediums themselves often describe their abilities not as a talent, but as a kind of tuning into a different frequency. Some speak of hearing words or seeing images, like faint impressions that flash across the mind's eye. Others claim to feel the presence of the dead as a shift in the room's energy or a whisper of emotion that isn't their own. The mechanics are elusive and subjective, impossible to measure, yet vividly real to those who claim to experience them. It's a deeply human narrative, the idea that perception, under the right conditions, can stretch beyond the limits of the five senses and tap into something more. The controversy surrounding modern mediums has only grown with the rise of technology and information access. Cold reading techniques, once mysterious, are now well documented online. Observant mediums can pick up on subtle cues, a glance toward a wedding ring, the tension in someone's posture, or even information gleaned from social media profiles. To skeptics, these methods explain everything. There's no need to invoke the paranormal when cognitive psychology and human suggestibility can account for the results. Yet believers push back, pointing to moments when mediums provide details so obscure that no amount of research or guesswork could explain them. It's this dance of uncertainty that keeps the conversation alive. Televised mediums have brought this dynamic into the public eye. Shows featuring mediums walking through audiences, delivering messages from deceased relatives with uncanny specificity, create compelling television. Critics, however, argue that the editing process conveniently removes the misses while amplifying the hits. The medium might guess dozens of names or details in a session, but the broadcast highlights only the successful connections. Viewers see a gifted communicator bridging worlds. Skeptics see a polished performance designed to exploit grief. Despite the skepticism, the emotional power of these encounters can't be easily dismissed. People who feel they've connected with a lost loved one often describe a shift in their grieving process. The heaviness softens, the lingering questions find partial answers, and the world feels a little less empty. The brain, with its remarkable capacity for meaning-making, might simply be filling in gaps, but the experience remains profoundly real to the person living it. Neurological studies have shown that when people engage with mediums or participate in rituals meant to connect with the dead, their brains exhibit patterns similar to those associated with strong emotional connections. It suggests that, regardless of whether the communication is genuine, the psychological and emotional benefits can be tangible. Mediums themselves face an internal divide. Some see their work as a sacred calling, a responsibility to offer comfort and clarity to those navigating loss. Others lean into the spectacle, performing in front of massive audiences with a flair that feels more like stage magic than spiritual guidance. This dichotomy fuels the skepticism. When someone promises to relay messages from the other side while selling books, merchandise, and premium ticketed events, it becomes harder to separate genuine belief from commercial ambition. Perhaps the enduring fascination with modern-day mediums lies in the unresolved nature of the mystery itself. The mind instinctively recoils from the idea of absolute extinction. Mediums, regardless of the validity of their claims, offer a narrative that soothes that existential dread. They tell us that love, memory, and identity might persist beyond the fragile machinery of the brain. Whether that narrative is a genuine reflection of a larger, unseen reality or a psychological bomb crafted from hope and clever observation remains an open question. And as long as that question lingers, so too will the voices that claim to answer it. The science of brain death and consciousness persistence. Brain death occupies a peculiar, unsettling place in the human experience. It is, in medical terms, the irreversible cessation of all brain activity. The body might still breathe with the help of machines. The heart might continue to beat for a while, but the intricate network of neurons that form consciousness, identity, and awareness has gone silent. Yet, the mystery doesn't end there. The question of what happens to consciousness when the brain dies remains one of the most compelling and confounding mysteries of existence. The human brain is a symphony of electrical impulses, neurotransmitters, and intricate connections that give rise to thought, memory, and the sense of self. Consciousness emerges from this complexity, though precisely how remains unknown. When brain death occurs, this orchestration breaks down. The cerebral cortex, responsible for processing thoughts and perceptions, goes dark. The brainstem, which governs involuntary functions like breathing and heartbeat, flatlines. Medical professionals use a battery of tests, checking for pupil response, spontaneous breathing, and electrical activity, to confirm brain death. Once these tests confirm that no activity remains, the person is declared dead, even if the body lingers in a kind of mechanical survival. But consciousness, unlike a heartbeat or a reflex, isn't so easily defined. The mind feels less like a mechanical process and more like an ephemeral presence, a subjective awareness that can't be measured directly. This is where the scientific puzzle deepens. Studies have shown that, in the moments immediately following clinical death, the brain experiences a sudden, brief surge of activity. In some cases, this surge manifests as highly organized brainwaves similar to those seen during heightened states of awareness. It's as if, in its final moments, the brain ignites with a burst of clarity before fading into silence. Survivors of cardiac arrest sometimes report experiences that seem to align with this surge, floating above their bodies, seeing a tunnel of light, or encountering deceased loved ones. These near-death experiences raise difficult questions. Neuroscientists attribute them to the brain's last attempts to make sense of chaotic signals as oxygen levels plummet. The visual cortex might interpret dying neurons as flashes of light. The temporal lobes, tied to memory and emotion, might conjure familiar faces as a final comfort. But those who've lived through these moments often describe the experience as more real than waking life. The subjective intensity of these accounts challenges the assumption that consciousness simply ceases when brain activity stops. The persistence of consciousness beyond brain death, if it occurs at all, remains elusive. Some researchers have proposed theories suggesting that consciousness might be more fundamental than neural activity itself. Quantum consciousness theories, for instance, suggest that the mind could exist as a kind of informational structure embedded in the fabric of reality. While mainstream neuroscience remains skeptical, the notion taps into an ancient intuition that awareness, once formed, might not be so easily extinguished. Even on a more physiological level, the boundary between life and death seems less defined than it appears. Studies on animals have revealed that, hours after death, certain genes remain active, some even increasing their activity. These genes often relate to stress response and cellular repair, mechanisms that persist as the body attempts, in some faint, instinctive way, to resist the inevitable. The presence of these post-mortem processes complicates the narrative of death as a sudden, singular event. It suggests instead a gradual unraveling, a liminal space where biology continues its work even as the conscious self has seemingly disappeared. The human relationship with brain death is complicated by its emotional and philosophical implications. When a loved one is declared brain dead, the body might still appear warm, the chest might rise and fall with mechanical precision, and the skin might retain its familiar texture. Yet, despite the outward signs of life, the essence of the person, the laughter, the memories, the spark of individuality, is gone. Families often wrestle with this disconnect, struggling to reconcile the clinical certainty of brain death with the lingering presence of the body. This emotional dissonance underscores how deeply consciousness is tied to identity. We don't mourn the loss of biological function, we grieve the absence of presence. In the search for answers, scientists have begun to push the boundaries of what we know about consciousness. Advanced imaging technologies can map patterns of neural activity in unprecedented detail, tracking the flow of awareness across different brain regions. Experiments with coma patients have revealed that some individuals retain a covert form of consciousness even when external signs suggest otherwise. In rare cases, patients diagnosed as being in a vegetative state have responded to mental tasks when observed via fMRI, demonstrating that, somewhere within the quieted brain, awareness still flickers. This discovery raises unsettling possibilities. If consciousness can persist in damaged or dormant brains, might it also persist in some form after death? While no current evidence supports such a claim, the question lingers in the spaces where science meets experience. The phenomenon of terminal lucidity, for example, remains poorly understood. Some patients with advanced dementia, after months or years of cognitive decline, suddenly become lucid shortly before death. They recognize family members, speak coherently, and seem to step back into themselves for a brief, luminous moment. The sudden resurgence of clarity defies our understanding of neurodegeneration and hints at layers of consciousness we don't yet grasp. Ultimately, the science of brain death provides clear answers about the biological processes that end a life, but far fewer about the nature of consciousness itself. The mind, that intimate and elusive phenomenon through which we experience reality, remains largely unexplained. Whether consciousness is an emergent property of neural complexity, a pattern of information that can transcend the brain, or something we have yet to conceptualize, the mystery endures. And in that mystery, the persistent, human hope for something beyond death continues to find its quiet, stubborn foothold. Myths and folklore surrounding the river Styx and crossing into the afterlife. The river Styx flows not through geography, but through imagination, a cold, unyielding boundary between life and what comes after. In ancient Greek mythology, it was more than just a body of water. It was a threshold, a passage, a test. The Styx wasn't a river of gentle transition, but one of obligation and consequence, its name meaning hate or abhorrence. It wound through the underworld like a black vein, separating the living from the dead, the familiar from the unknown. Crossing it was not simply a journey, but a reckoning with the inevitable. Charon, the ferryman, waited there, silent and unyielding. His task was simple but solemn, to transport souls from the shore of the living to the realm of the dead. Payment was required. An obol, a small coin, placed under the tongue of the deceased. Without it, the soul was left to wander along the banks for eternity, a restless echo caught in limbo. The coin wasn't just currency, it was an acknowledgement of the rules. Death, in these stories, was not an open door but a gate that required both preparation and respect. The ritual of placing the coin became an act of love and duty, ensuring that the deceased were not left adrift in a realm of shadow. The Styx itself was more than a river, it was a cosmic promise. The gods, immortal and unyielding, swore their most binding oaths upon its waters. To break an oath sworn on the Styx meant dire consequences, even for beings who lived beyond time. The water, said to be toxic to mortals and capable of destroying weapons or bestowing invincibility, represented the unbreakable nature of certain truths. Achilles, the warrior of legend, was said to have been dipped in the river as a child, granting him near total invulnerability, except for the heel where his mother's hand had held him. That detail, small and seemingly insignificant, became a metaphor for human fragility. Even divine gifts couldn't erase the vulnerability inherent to existence. The mythology surrounding the Styx resonates because it mirrors the human experience of death as both a physical event and a psychological transition. The river became a way to externalize the fear of the unknown. What lies beyond life is an opaque question, and the Styx, with its dark currents and silent ferrymen, gave that question form. It suggested that the afterlife wasn't chaos, but a structured journey, one that required preparation and adherence to certain rules. The river, in that sense, became a narrative bridge between uncertainty and order, fear and acceptance. Across cultures, similar myths emerged. In Norse tradition, there was Joel, the icy river flowing past Hell's domain, where a bridge of shimmering gold marked the path to the afterlife. In ancient Egypt, the soul crossed waters as well, guided by ferrymen who asked questions to test one's worthiness. The Aztec afterlife involved crossing the river Apanoacalia with the help of a spirit dog, a loyal companion to guide the soul safely through the currents. The consistency of these stories across time and geography speaks to something deeply human, the belief that death, however mysterious, is not an end but a passage. The Styx also became a symbol of transformation. To cross it was to leave behind not only life, but identity as it was once known. In Greek tradition, the river Lethe, a sister river to the Styx, granted forgetfulness to souls preparing to reincarnate. Drinking from Lethe's waters erased the memories of past lives, allowing the soul to return to the world unburdened. The journey across the Styx, then, wasn't just about loss. It was about transition and the quiet dissolution of what was once familiar. Even in more modern contexts, the image of the Styx persists. Literature, film, and art continue to evoke its cold waters whenever the boundary between life and death is explored. There's something inherently compelling about the notion of a ferryman, a toll, and a journey across an unknowable expanse. It captures the essence of human vulnerability and the quiet hope that, even in death, there might be structure, meaning, and perhaps a glimpse of something eternal. The Styx endures not just as a myth, but as a reflection of the deep, unspoken questions that linger whenever we contemplate what lies beyond the final breath. The idea that we relive our lives in an eternal loop. The idea that we might live our lives over and over again, caught in an endless loop of repetition, is one of those concepts that lingers at the edges of human imagination. It's unsettling but also strangely fascinating, a thought that can feel both like a prison and a mystery. Eternal recurrence, as it's often called, isn't just an abstract philosophical idea. It's a lens through which people have tried to understand time, identity, and the nature of existence itself. If every decision, every moment, every heartbreak and joy is destined to repeat endlessly, what does that mean for the way we live? The roots of this idea stretch back through centuries. In ancient India, time was seen not as a straight line, but as a vast, unending cycle. The universe itself was thought to be born, to age, to die, and then to be reborn, repeating its existence in vast cosmic rhythms beyond human comprehension. Individual souls, too, were believed to undergo similar cycles, reincarnating again and again, each life a new chapter in a story that had no true end. Actions taken in one life, the weight of choices, the harm or kindness given, were thought to ripple forward into the next, shaping experiences yet to come. The cycle wasn't a trick or a punishment, but simply the nature of reality, an ongoing dance of cause and effect. The ancient Greeks, too, contemplated the idea of time as a loop. Pythagoras, with his belief in the transmigration of souls, suggested that individual existence might recur in different forms across ages. But it was Nietzsche who famously explored the idea of eternal recurrence in a more personal, visceral way. He asked people to imagine being told, in some quiet moment of their life, that every detail of that existence would repeat forever. The mundane and the extraordinary, the triumphs and the regrets. All of it would come back, again and again, unchanged. The question wasn't whether this was literally true, but whether, knowing it, you would live differently. Would you feel despair, trapped in a cycle of mistakes and fleeting joys? Or would you embrace life more fully, knowing that every act was, in a sense, eternal? The psychological weight of such a thought is profound. If everything recurs, then every decision matters infinitely. The small kindness shown to a stranger or the impulsive act of cruelty isn't confined to a single, fleeting moment, but becomes something timeless. It forces a confrontation with the nature of regret and the significance of the present. And yet, the idea also carries a peculiar kind of comfort. If life is a loop, then nothing is ever truly lost. Moments of happiness, connections with loved ones, even fleeting sensations of wonder, all of them would return, as familiar as an old melody heard again after years of silence. Modern science, of course, offers a different perspective. Time, according to our best understanding, moves in one direction. Entropy increases, memories accumulate, and the arrow of time doesn't bend back on itself. Yet even in physics, questions remain. The nature of time itself isn't fully understood. Theoretical models like the cyclical universe theory propose that the universe might expand, contract, and then expand again, potentially resetting the cosmic stage across unimaginably vast timescales. If space-time itself loops, could consciousness follow? Some scientists and philosophers have speculated about the nature of memory and subjective experience in such a scenario. If you lived the same life again, exactly as before, with no memory of the previous iteration, would it even count as a repetition? Or would it simply be another instance of a singular, self-contained experience? The question circles back on itself, like the concept it describes, leaving more uncertainty than clarity. People who find themselves captivated by this idea often describe an uncanny feeling, a sense of déjà vu, the eerie sensation of having lived through certain moments before. Psychology typically attributes these experiences to subtle glitches in the brain's memory processes. But for some, déjà vu feels like a whisper from the loop itself, a fleeting reminder that time might not be as straightforward as it seems. The human element of this idea is what makes it so enduring. Life often feels too fleeting, too chaotic, and the notion of eternal recurrence gives that chaos a pattern, a structure. It suggests that existence isn't just a brief flicker, but part of a larger, repeating rhythm. And within that rhythm, there's the haunting possibility that everything we do matters more than we think. That each decision echoes forward not just through this life, but through countless others, endlessly revisited across the quiet, unyielding loop of time. Theoretical physics, and the possibility of parallel afterlives. The idea that parallel afterlives might exist, branching off like unseen tributaries from the river of our consciousness, pulls at the edges of both scientific theory and human imagination. It's a concept that blurs the lines between the familiar and the incomprehensible, a notion that suggests death might not be a single door closing, but a vast network of paths diverging into unknown landscapes. Theories from physics, often grounded in mathematical abstraction, occasionally brush against these speculative frontiers, hinting that what we think of as the end might be more porous than it seems. Quantum mechanics, with its strange, counterintuitive principles, provides some of the most intriguing territory for these kinds of thoughts. The many-worlds interpretation, proposed by physicist Hugh Everett in the mid-20th century, suggests that every quantum event spawns multiple outcomes, each branching into its own reality. If applied to consciousness, it raises unsettling questions. If, at the moment of death, the body's biological processes cease in one timeline, could there be another where some thread of awareness continues? Does consciousness, tethered as it is to the brain's intricate electrochemical activity, vanish entirely when neurons go quiet? Or could it persist, even if only as a shadow, in some parallel framework? The human element here is what makes the question so compelling. Death, for all its biological simplicity, feels existentially vast. People have, across cultures and eras, imagined afterlives of all kinds. Heavens, underworlds, reincarnations, ethereal planes of existence. The possibility of parallel afterlives introduces a modern twist to these ancient ideas. If infinite versions of ourselves exist across infinite worlds, could there also be infinite versions of whatever comes next? Perhaps, in one thread of existence, you find yourself in a familiar yet subtly altered landscape where the rules of reality bend and memories feel like echoes from another life. In another, maybe consciousness dissolves like mist, leaving only silence. There's something inherently disorienting about this. We're used to thinking of life as linear, born, live, die. But if the universe itself operates on probabilities and superpositions, maybe the journey isn't so straightforward. Some theoretical physicists, like those who ponder the role of consciousness in quantum mechanics, have speculated about the mind's relationship to these branching timelines. Theories like quantum immortality, though highly speculative, suggest that from a subjective perspective, one might always find themselves in the timeline where they continue to exist, no matter how improbable that survival becomes. Death, from the inside looking out, might never arrive in a final, absolute sense. Instead, consciousness might skip to parallel realities where survival, however unlikely, persists. These ideas are, of course, just that, ideas. Science hasn't found any empirical evidence that consciousness can jump between timelines or that parallel worlds host parallel afterlives. The brain, as far as research shows, is a biological organ whose awareness emerges from patterns of neural activity. When those patterns stop, awareness fades. But the mystery of consciousness, what it is, how it arises, and whether it might exist independently of matter, remains unresolved. Theories about parallel afterlives then live in that gap, in the space where science, philosophy, and human curiosity intersect. What's fascinating is how this concept resonates with ancient intuitions. Many religious and spiritual traditions describe multiple layers of existence, different planes or dimensions where souls travel after death. Tibetan Buddhist teachings speak of the bardo, an intermediate state where the soul encounters various visions and challenges before potentially being reborn. Some indigenous belief systems describe a layered cosmos, with different realms inhabited by spirits or ancestors. The language and imagery differ, but the underlying intuition, that death might lead to something more complex than simple nothingness. Fils universal. Parallel afterlives, in this modern scientific reimagining, take that intuition and stretch it across the vast, mind-bending canvas of the multiverse. It raises questions that feel deeply personal. If consciousness did persist across multiple timelines, would each version of you still feel like you? Would the sense of identity remain intact, or would it fracture, like reflections in a shattered mirror? And if, in some version of reality, you never truly die, what would that do to the meaning of life itself? There's no definitive answer here, just the lingering, tantalizing possibility. The notion that as we close our eyes for the last time in one reality, we might open them somewhere else. Somewhere familiar yet strange, another step along a path that stretches beyond what we once thought was an end. Stories of people meeting deceased loved ones in dreams. Dreams have a way of bending reality, but when people describe meeting deceased loved ones in their dreams, there's often a different quality to those experiences. Something that lingers, sharp and vivid, long after waking. These dream encounters feel less like fragments of imagination and more like visits, moments of connection that seem to defy the usual logic of memory. People often wake up from these dreams with a sense of calm, or sometimes confusion, touched by an emotional weight that ordinary dreams rarely carry. The stories come from all kinds of people across cultures, ages, and backgrounds. A woman grieving her father might dream of sitting beside him again, feeling the warmth of his hand on hers as they talk quietly about things left unsaid. She wakes with the unmistakable sensation of that touch still present on her skin. A man who lost his brother decades ago dreams of a shared childhood memory. But instead of the hazy, disjointed quality typical of dreams, the moment feels sharp, like stepping into a memory made real. In the dream, his brother says something simple, like, "I'm okay," and that reassurance stays with him, solid and unshakable. Psychologists often describe these experiences as part of the grieving process, the mind's way of working through loss. The brain, after all, is wired to seek patterns, to maintain connections to significant figures in our lives even after they're gone. Attachment doesn't disappear with death. It just shifts, adapting to an absence that feels unnatural. Dreams, then, become a canvas where the mind can temporarily bridge that gap, allowing the dreamer to engage with the person they've lost in a way that reality no longer permits. But many who've had these encounters feel that explanation doesn't quite capture the experience. The clarity, the emotional resonance, the sense that the dream wasn't just a product of imagination, but something more. These elements push against straightforward psychological interpretations. Some describe feeling as though the deceased appeared with a message or a purpose. A mother mourning her child might dream of them smiling and saying, "It's okay, I'm safe now," and wake up with an unshakable sense of peace. Others report conversations in which their loved one shares information they couldn't have known, only to discover later that the details align with reality. Cultures throughout history have taken these dreams seriously, often seeing them as genuine encounters with the departed. In ancient Rome, dreams of the dead were considered omens or messages from the beyond, potentially guiding the living through difficult decisions. In many indigenous traditions, ancestors appear in dreams to offer wisdom, ensuring that the knowledge of previous generations remains connected to the present. Even today, in parts of East Asia, the belief that deceased family members might visit through dreams persists, with rituals performed to honor and communicate with these visiting spirits. There's something profoundly human about these stories, regardless of how one chooses to interpret them. Death leaves gaps, empty spaces where a voice or a presence once existed. Dreams, in their strange, timeless way, give people a chance to step into those gaps, if only briefly. The dream world feels like neutral ground, a place where the boundaries between past and present, here and gone, blur just enough to allow for impossible conversations. Interestingly, some neuroscientists have explored the phenomenon of grief dreams and found that they tend to occur more frequently in people who've lost someone close to them, particularly if the relationship was deeply meaningful or the loss was traumatic. The emotional vividness of these dreams might stem from the brain's limbic system, which processes both memory and emotion. During REM sleep, when vivid dreams are most likely to occur, this system becomes especially active, potentially pulling deeply ingrained memories to the surface and weaving them into dream scenarios. Yet, even this neurological explanation doesn't fully account for why these dreams feel so different from the usual nocturnal wanderings of the mind. Those who've had these dreams often say that, for a fleeting moment, they were given something beyond memory, a connection that feels real, as though consciousness itself crossed a threshold. Some describe feeling a presence beyond the dream, a kind of warmth or calm that lingers like an invisible hand on the shoulder. Others wake in tears, overcome not just by the resurfacing of loss, but by the strange, overwhelming sensation that, for a moment, the person they missed wasn't entirely gone. Skeptics argue that these encounters are simply the brain's way of offering comfort, a psychological balm to ease the pain of loss. Believers often counter that the authenticity of the experience transcends explanation. For many, the dream becomes less about what's real, in a material sense, and more about the emotional truth it provides. In the end, these dream visits occupy a space between worlds, whether literal or metaphorical. A fragile, mysterious intersection where the living and the lost meet once more, if only for a moment. The afterlife is one of the biggest mysteries humanity has ever faced, and with every theory comes even more questions. What actually happens after we die? Is there something beyond, or do we simply cease to exist? Science tries to explain consciousness as a product of the brain, but what if it's something more? Something that can exist separately? Religions have long provided their own answers, from heaven and hell to reincarnation, but can any of these be proven? Some claim ghosts are evidence of lingering souls, while others argue they are nothing more than tricks of the mind. Near-death experiences provide eerie glimpses into what might lie beyond, but are they real or just chemical reactions in the brain? Quantum physics suggests strange possibilities, including the idea that consciousness never truly dies. Could we be shifting through parallel realities instead of experiencing a singular death? What if reincarnation is real and past life memories are more than just imagination? Some even propose that the afterlife could be artificially created with technology, allowing minds to be uploaded into a digital realm. Dreams, too, have sparked curiosity. Are they mere subconscious wanderings or brief windows into another existence? The deeper we dig, the more questions arise, and we'll be exploring all of them in detail. What happens after we die? Life is a continuous motion, a series of moments strung together by awareness, thoughts, emotions, and the unshakable certainty that time is moving forward. But death disrupts that flow. It isn't just an event, it's an absence, a vanishing of everything familiar. For those still breathing, it feels like a mystery wrapped in finality. For the one who crosses the threshold, if anything remains, it slips beyond the reach of words. People have spent centuries trying to grasp what happens after, piecing together philosophies, faith, and fleeting experiences that suggest something lingers beyond the last heartbeat. The body, bound to the laws of nature, follows a predictable path. Cells shut down, the heart slows to stillness, and the intricate network of neural activity, the very essence of perception, fades into silence. But consciousness is more elusive. It isn't just the firing of neurons, it's the experience of being. Can something so deeply personal, so boundless in thought and emotion, simply dissolve? Some who have hovered at the edge, in those strange moments between life and death, have described sensations of detachment, of floating, of watching from a place beyond their own skin. Others speak of tunnels, lights, familiar faces waiting on the other side. Are these echoes of a brain shutting down, or glimpses of something more? No one truly knows, yet the accounts persist, like whispered reminders that death might not be an end but a shift, a doorway leading elsewhere. Cultures across time have shaped their own understandings of what happens next. Some see death as a passage, a journey where the soul continues on, shedding the body like an old garment. Rebirth, judgment, ascension, or dissolution into an infinite whole. All of these ideas have lived in human minds for as long as mortality has been understood. Others view it as an eternal rest, a cessation of self, a return to the quiet nothingness from which we emerged before birth. Science, limited to the measurable, sees no evidence of an afterlife, but cannot disprove the existence of something beyond comprehension. Even in the most rational minds, a question lingers. Does awareness simply fade like a dream forgotten upon waking, or does it shift into a realm beyond the grasp of the living? The thought of death carries weight, but it is the unknown that makes it both terrifying and fascinating. If existence continues, it changes everything. It means the final moments are not truly final, that love, thought, and identity persist beyond the collapse of flesh. If nothing follows, then life itself becomes all the more precious. A brief flicker in the vastness, meaningful only because it ends. Either way, the answer, whatever it is, remains hidden behind the veil of the last breath, waiting in a place no one can return from unchanged. Is consciousness separate from the brain? A person can look in the mirror and see their own reflection, recognize their own face, know the shape of their own existence. But that awareness, that quiet understanding of self, is something far stranger than the flesh and bones staring back. The brain is a machine, an intricate structure of cells and electrical impulses, but consciousness is something else. Something that isn't easily measured or explained. Thoughts emerge, memories surface, emotions swell and recede, and all of it feels deeply personal. The question is whether this experience of self is simply a byproduct of the brain's activity, or if it exists as something independent, something that lingers even when the machine stops working. There's a kind of unease in imagining that consciousness is nothing more than neurons firing in patterns, that the sense of identity, the rich inner world of emotions and imagination, is just an illusion created by chemistry. It reduces the warmth of a childhood memory, the ache of loss, the depths of love, to nothing more than data processing in a biological computer. But if the brain is merely the vessel and not the source, then where does consciousness come from? And where does it go when the brain is no longer functioning? Some believe it's tethered to the physical body only temporarily, that it exists outside the limits of flesh, using the brain as a receiver rather than a generator. Others argue that consciousness is inseparable from the brain, that when the circuits shut down, so does awareness. People who have been on the edge of death and returned often speak of a presence beyond their bodies, as if they had momentarily stepped outside themselves, observing from a distance, existing without a physical form. Some describe sensations that don't fit within the framework of neuroscience. Memories of seeing themselves from above, of being pulled towards something indescribable. Are these experiences proof that consciousness can exist independently? Or are they just the brain grasping at its last moments of function, firing off a final hallucination before fading into silence? Science leans toward the idea that the mind is an emergent property of the brain, that consciousness arises from complexity rather than existing on its own. But despite all the advancements in neuroscience, no one has been able to explain how subjective experience, the feeling of being, emerges from mere electrical activity. If the brain is like a television set, producing an image that disappears when the device is turned off, then consciousness dies with it. But if it's more like a signal being picked up by the brain, then perhaps it isn't bound to the body at all. The thought of consciousness existing beyond the brain is both unsettling and hopeful. It suggests that death might not be the erasure of identity, that something persists beyond physical decay. If it truly is separate, then the self is not confined to the fragile structures of biology. But if it isn't, if it vanishes the moment the brain stops, then this moment, this fragile, fleeting experience of being alive, is all that will ever be. The answer, whatever it may be, lies somewhere beyond what anyone can yet prove, in the space between thought and the unknowable. Can science ever prove or disprove the afterlife? A person's final breath is a quiet moment, but the questions that follow are anything but silent. For those left behind, there's an ache in not knowing what comes next, a pull towards something beyond what can be measured. Science has spent centuries unraveling the mysteries of the physical world, but the afterlife, if it exists, remains beyond its reach. The problem isn't just a lack of evidence. It's the nature of the question itself. Science is built on observation, testing, and repetition, but death is a one-way door. If something continues beyond it, it doesn't return in a way that can be placed under a microscope. There have been attempts to find proof. Some studies have focused on near-death experiences, trying to understand why people who have been clinically dead for moments, or even minutes, describe sensations of leaving their bodies, seeing light, or encountering lost loved ones. Are these glimpses of another existence, or just a brain grasping at fragments as it shuts down? Other experiments have looked at consciousness itself, wondering if the mind could be more than the sum of its neurons, if something of a person remains after the body is gone. Theories have emerged, from quantum physics suggesting consciousness might be woven into the fabric of reality itself, to the idea that information, once created, can never be destroyed. But none of these ideas have brought certainty. The absence of proof, however, is not proof of absence. Just because something cannot be measured doesn't mean it doesn't exist. People used to believe dreams were meaningless flashes of the mind, before science revealed them to be connected to memory and emotion. Electricity existed long before it was understood. Science progresses, and what is unknowable today may not be forever. But there is an inherent problem. If the afterlife exists beyond the physical, then it may always be beyond scientific reach. Science depends on what can be studied in this world, and an afterlife, by its very definition, would be outside of it. If death is truly an end, then science may one day find a way to prove it, to map the shutting down of consciousness with such precision that no mystery remains. But if something lingers, something unbound by time, matter, or the rules of this universe, then it may remain forever out of science's grasp. It's possible that no experiment, no theory, no advancement will ever bring a definitive answer. And perhaps that's why the question has never faded, why every civilization, every generation has looked toward the unknown and wondered. The search for proof might be futile, but the need to search is eternal. What do different religions say about the afterlife? Across centuries and continents, people have looked at death not as an end, but as a transition. Something that doesn't erase a person, but carries them somewhere else. That somewhere depends on who you ask. Every culture, every faith, has shaped its own vision of what happens beyond the last breath, and though the details differ, the core idea remains. Something continues. Whether it's a journey to another realm, a cycle of rebirth, or a merging with the infinite, the afterlife is a story humanity has told itself for as long as it has understood loss. For some, the afterlife is a place of judgment. In Christianity and Islam, what happens next depends on the life lived before. Every thought, every action, every unspoken intention is weighed, and the soul is sent toward either eternal peace or unimaginable suffering. Heaven, paradise, the presence of the divine. These are the rewards for righteousness, while hell, separation, and torment await those who turned away. In both faiths, the afterlife is deeply personal, not just a destination, but a reflection of one's choices. Yet even within these beliefs, there are different interpretations. Some see hell as an eternal punishment, others as a place of purification, a temporary state from which a soul might eventually rise. In Hinduism and Buddhism, the afterlife isn't a fixed place but a cycle. Death is not the end, but a doorway to another beginning.
Karma.
The weight of one's actions determines the nature of the next life, shaping whether a soul returns as a king or a beggar, a human or something else entirely. For some, the goal is to escape this cycle altogether, to reach enlightenment, to dissolve into something beyond suffering and desire. Nirvana, moksha, the ultimate release, means no longer being bound to the wheel of rebirth, no longer returning to this world of longing and impermanence. Other traditions paint different pictures. Ancient Egyptians believed the soul had to navigate a treacherous journey, facing trials and judgments before reaching the afterlife. The heart was weighed against a feather, and only those free of sin could move on. In Norse mythology, warriors who died in battle were chosen for Valhalla, a hall of eternal feasting and war, while those who passed away in less heroic ways went elsewhere. Shinto, animism, and indigenous beliefs across the world often see the afterlife not as a distant place, but as something interwoven with the living world, where ancestors linger, guiding, watching, influencing. Despite the differences, a thread runs through all these beliefs: the idea that death does not erase identity. Whether the soul is judged, reborn, or absorbed into something greater, there is a sense that existence stretches beyond the limits of a single lifetime. Even in faiths that speak of nothingness, of a final dissolution into the vastness, there is still a kind of continuation, a return to the essence from which all things came. No one knows for certain which, if any, of these visions are true. But for as long as people have pondered the mystery of what comes next, they have imagined, hoped, and believed that something waits beyond the dark. Are ghosts evidence of the afterlife? A person alone in a quiet house hears footsteps in an empty hallway. A shadow flickers in the corner of their vision, but when they turn, nothing is there. A voice, distant but unmistakable, whispers their name in the dark. These moments, strange and fleeting, make people wonder whether something lingers after death. Something half seen, half heard, caught in the space between presence and absence. If ghosts exist, do they prove that consciousness survives beyond the body? Or are they just echoes of the mind, tricks of memory and perception filling the silence with things that aren't really there? Stories of ghosts exist in every culture, spanning centuries, crossing beliefs and borders. Some describe them as lost souls, tethered to the world by unfinished business, regret, or tragedy. Others see them as imprints, like a stain left behind by a life too intense to fully disappear. Some believe spirits interact, whisper, move objects, make their presence known. Others think they are merely recordings, trapped in the fabric of a place, replaying a moment over and over, oblivious to the living world around them. There are countless stories, countless encounters, but no proof.
At least, not the kind that science demands.
Paranormal investigators have tried to capture evidence. Photos of misty figures, recordings of voices where none should be, devices measuring shifts in electromagnetic fields. But skeptics argue that none of it stands up to scrutiny. Shadows can be tricks of light, cold spots nothing more than drafts, voices easily explained by interference or the mind's tendency to find patterns where none exist. Fear and expectation can make a person see things that aren't there, turn a creaking floorboard into a presence, a flicker of movement into something watching from the dark. The mind is powerful, capable of filling in the gaps, and science leans toward explanations that don't require the existence of spirits. But there are stories that defy easy dismissal. Accounts from people with no reason to lie, moments so vivid and inexplicable that even skeptics hesitate. How does someone dream of a loved one at the exact moment they pass away, only to wake and find it true? How does a child, too young to understand death, describe meeting a grandparent they never knew, recalling details they were never told? Not everything can be neatly explained, and the question remains, if ghosts are real, what are they? Are they proof that consciousness lingers after death? Or are they something else entirely? Something not yet understood? If ghosts are the dead reaching back, then they offer a kind of answer, a glimpse beyond the unknown. But if they are nothing more than illusions, echoes, or misinterpretations, then they tell us more about the living than the dead, about the way humans long for connection, for proof that existence doesn't simply end. Whether ghosts are real or not, whether they hold the key to the afterlife or are just fragments of fear and hope, the fact that people keep seeing them, keep searching for them, means the question will never go away. Can people communicate with the dead? A voice in the dark, a sudden chill in an empty room, the feeling that someone is standing just behind you, even when you know no one is there. People have always searched for ways to reach beyond the veil, to speak to those who are no longer here. Sometimes it's desperation, the raw grief of a loss too heavy to carry alone. Sometimes it's curiosity, the need to know if death is really the end. But whether through whispers, visions, or eerie coincidences, the belief that the dead can communicate with the living is something that refuses to fade. Some claim to have spoken with spirits through mediums, individuals who say they can hear, see, or feel the presence of those who have passed. In a dimly lit room, surrounded by flickering candles, a voice may come through, vague yet strangely personal. Names, memories, final messages. Things that seem impossible for a stranger to know. Is it real? For the grieving, it feels real. The weight in the chest eases, the unanswered questions find closure. But skeptics point to cold reading, psychological manipulation, tricks of suggestion that make people believe they are receiving messages when they are really just being guided toward answers they already hold in their own minds. Beyond seances and mediums, there are other ways people claim to hear the dead. Dreams are one of the most common. Visits from those long gone, delivering comfort or warning in a way that feels more than just a trick of the subconscious. Some experience sudden smells. Cigarette smoke in an empty house, perfume that lingers with no source. Others find objects moved, radios switching on by themselves, messages appearing in unexpected places. Science dismisses much of this as the brain searching for meaning, filling in gaps, trying to hold on to what has been lost. But there are moments, strange and unexplainable, that make even skeptics pause. Technology has changed how people attempt to reach beyond the grave. Ghost hunters use electronic devices, recording static in hopes of catching a whisper, scanning radio frequencies for voices that shouldn't be there. Others claim their phones receive calls from lost loved ones, numbers disconnected long ago lighting up the screen. Even AI, trained on the words of the dead, can reconstruct voices, creating something eerily close to a conversation. But is that truly communication or just an illusion? A reflection of the living, not the departed? Maybe the real question isn't whether the dead can speak, but whether the living can listen in the right way. Some believe the connection is always there, subtle and quiet, lost beneath the noise of the world. Others think death is an impenetrable silence, that whatever was is gone, leaving only memories behind. But still, in moments of grief, in the stillness of a lonely night, in the spaces where logic fades and emotion takes hold, people will always find themselves asking, hoping, whispering into the void. Just in case someone is listening, what role does quantum physics play in afterlife theories? There's something unsettling about the idea that consciousness could simply vanish when the body fails. The thought that everything, memories, thoughts, awareness, just dissolves into nothing is hard to accept. Some turn to faith, others to philosophy, but a few look towards something stranger, quantum physics. Not because it offers definitive proof of an afterlife, but because it suggests that reality itself is far more complex than what the senses perceive. In the quantum world, things don't behave the way they should. Particles exist in multiple places at once, seemingly making choices only when observed. Information appears to teleport across vast distances through entanglement, as if the universe itself ignores the limitations of space and time. Energy never truly disappears. It only transforms. These ideas have led some to wonder if consciousness, the very thing that makes a person who they are, might not be as bound to the physical body as it seems. One theory suggests that consciousness isn't just an emergent property of the brain, but something fundamental, woven into the fabric of the universe itself. If true, then death might not mean the end of awareness, only a shift, a transition from one form to another. Some have even speculated that consciousness could persist in a quantum state, existing beyond physical limits, slipping between realities or dimensions that humans can't yet perceive. Theories like the quantum soul or biocentrism propose that life and consciousness create reality, not the other way around, and that death might simply be a change in perspective rather than an absolute ending. Others look to the multiverse for answers. If reality is not singular but branching, then perhaps consciousness doesn't stop at death. It merely shifts into another version of existence, a different thread in the vast weave of possibilities. What if every person who has ever lived, in some form, continues elsewhere, unaware that they have crossed from one reality into another? Science can't prove this, but quantum mechanics has already shown that reality is stranger than intuition allows. Of course, mainstream physics doesn't support the idea of an afterlife, at least not in any traditional sense. Quantum mechanics describes the behavior of particles, not souls, and while energy does transform, that doesn't mean identity or awareness survives beyond the body. But quantum physics also suggests that reality is more mysterious, more layered, and possibly more interconnected than anyone once thought. And in that mystery, in those unexplored depths, there is still space for the unknown. If the afterlife exists, it may not be a place, but a state, a reality just beyond the limits of what can currently be understood. Is reincarnation real? A child barely old enough to form full sentences starts speaking of a past life, recalling names and places they've never seen. A person dreams of a city they've never visited, but somehow knows their way around when they finally go. Someone meets a stranger and feels an unexplainable connection, as if they've known each other forever. These moments, fleeting, strange, and persistent, have made people wonder if life is not a single thread but an endless weave, looping and unraveling through time. Reincarnation is an ancient idea present in countless cultures and philosophies. Some believe it to be a cycle of learning, where souls return again and again to correct mistakes, grow, and evolve until they reach some final form of understanding. Others see it as a cosmic balancing act, karma carrying over from one life to the next, weaving cause and effect across multiple existences. Then there are those who think of it as a kind of recycling, where the energy of a person simply takes on a new form, forgetting its past but somehow carrying traces of what came before. Science struggles with the concept. Memory, identity, and consciousness are tied to the brain, and when the brain dies, there is no known mechanism for transferring experience from one body to another. But there are cases that defy explanation. Researchers have documented children who recall past lives with unsettling accuracy, naming people, describing places, even revealing hidden details that later proved to be true. These accounts, while rare, have forced even skeptics to admit that something strange is happening. Skeptics argue that memory is fragile, that children absorb details from their surroundings without realizing it, that the brain is capable of constructing elaborate false memories. Déjà vu, familiarity with unknown places, even deep emotional connections to strangers could all be explained by coincidence, suggestion, or subconscious processing. But that doesn't explain why some past life memories fade as a child grows, why the details can sometimes be verified, or why the experiences are often accompanied by birthmarks or phobias that seem linked to a past death. If reincarnation is real, what does that mean? Would life have a purpose beyond survival? Would death lose its finality, becoming more of a transition than an end? If memories can sometimes slip through the cracks between lives, how much of who a person is now has already lived before? These are questions that have no easy answers. For now, the idea of reincarnation exists in the space between belief and mystery, lingering in the stories, the dreams, and the quiet moments of déjà vu that make a person wonder if they've been here before. Could the afterlife be a simulation? There's something unsettling about the idea that everything, life, death, even the afterlife, might not be real in the way people assume. If existence is a simulation, then what happens when the program ends? Do the ones inside simply vanish, or is there another level waiting beyond it? Some believe that death isn't the end but a transition, a movement from one simulated state to another, like a character in a video game reaching the next level or a consciousness uploading to a new system. The simulation hypothesis suggests that reality itself might be artificial, a highly advanced digital construct designed by an intelligence beyond human understanding. If true, then the afterlife could simply be a continuation of the program. Another layer of existence where consciousness persists after the body is no longer needed. Maybe death is just a logout screen, a shift into a different reality where memories are restored and the illusion of physicality is left behind. Some who've had near-death experiences describe sensations that sound eerily similar to waking up from a dream, feeling detached, seeing their lives play out as if they were observing data, entering a place that feels more real than the world they left. Could that be the moment when the simulation hands them over to the next phase? If an afterlife exists within a simulation, it raises disturbing questions. Who or what is running it? Is there a purpose to all of this? Or is it just a vast experiment? Some imagine a benevolent force, an intelligence that set everything in motion with some ultimate goal: spiritual growth, evolution, or simply entertainment. Others fear a colder reality, where life and death are nothing more than processes in an indifferent system, running endlessly without meaning. Maybe reincarnation is just respawning, déjà vu a glitch, and ghostly encounters a sign that the simulation sometimes leaves data from past lives lingering where it shouldn't. If people ever proved that reality is simulated, would it change anything? Would death lose its weight if it was just a transfer of consciousness from one program to another? Or would the fear of the unknown remain? Because even if life is a simulation, no one truly knows what's on the other side of the screen. Maybe that's the real mystery. Whether the simulation ends in nothingness or if there's another layer waiting to be revealed, just beyond human perception. What do people who have clinically died describe? There's something unsettling about hearing a person describe what it's like to die and then come back. The body stops, the heart goes silent, the brain flatlines. Yet somehow, when they return, they carry stories of places they shouldn't have seen, experiences that defy explanation. Some speak of floating outside their own body, watching doctors work frantically to revive them. They recall details, words spoken, actions taken, even the expressions on the faces of those trying to save them, only to have these accounts later confirmed as disturbingly accurate. Others describe a tunnel, a passage pulling them towards something or someone waiting on the other side. A brilliant light, not harsh but warm, a presence that feels familiar even if it has no face or form. Some encounter loved ones who have long since passed, figures who speak without words, conveying reassurance, a sense that everything is exactly as it should be. Time stretches or ceases to exist at all. Emotions flood in. Peace, overwhelming love, a detachment from the pain and urgency of the dying body left behind. Not all experiences are comforting. Some return shaken, speaking of vast, empty darkness, of sensations that are neither painful nor peaceful, but simply strange. Disconnected, disorienting, as if they momentarily glimpsed something that wasn't meant to be seen. A few tell of terrifying visions, places filled with despair or suffering, encounters with shadowy figures that left them pleading to return. Whatever these experiences are, they seem to leave an imprint, altering the way people see life and death. Many who return speak of losing their fear of dying, as if something in that moment convinced them that death isn't truly the end. Others come back different in ways they struggle to explain, with a heightened sense of purpose or an unshakable feeling that reality itself is not what they once believed. Science approaches these accounts with skepticism, offering explanations rooted in the way the brain reacts to extreme trauma. Oxygen deprivation, surges of neural activity, the mind's last desperate attempt to make sense of its own shutdown. These could all create vivid hallucinations, blending memory, fear, and subconscious expectation into something that feels real. But even the most rational explanations can erase the details, the consistency of these experiences across cultures, ages, and beliefs. If they were purely the product of the dying brain, why do so many describe the same things? And why do those who return often feel as though they've touched something beyond understanding, something they struggle to put into words but can never forget? Are heaven and hell real or symbolic? A child sits by the window on a rainy evening, watching droplets race down the glass. He turns to his grandfather, his voice small yet heavy with wonder. "Where do we go when we die?" The old man sighs, setting down his book, as if weighing every possible answer. The question is as old as human thought itself, and yet every person who asks it feels as if they are the first to ever do so. Across cultures, centuries, and personal beliefs, the idea of an afterlife has been shaped by fear, longing, hope, and sometimes sheer necessity. It is not merely a question of theology or philosophy, but of human nature itself. The unbearable weight of impermanence pressing against the desperate wish for something beyond it. For some, heaven and hell are as real as the ground beneath their feet, etched into their consciousness from childhood, their boundaries defined by sacred texts, sermons, and whispered prayers. The righteous ascend, the wicked fall, and justice, so often absent from earthly life, is finally restored beyond the veil. The imagery is vivid, almost cinematic: pulley gates, golden streets, fire and brimstone, demons lurking in shadows. But the closer one looks, the more the edges blur. Are these places truly realms beyond our world, or are they reflections of something else, something deeply woven into the psyche? Perhaps heaven and hell are less about location and more about condition. A person tormented by guilt, by the weight of their own choices, already lives in a kind of hell, while someone who has found peace, love, and fulfillment moves through the world as if touched by heaven. Some spiritual traditions lean toward this idea. Buddhism speaks of states of suffering and enlightenment, while Hinduism sees karma as a force that shapes one's reality in both this life and the next. Even within Christian and Islamic traditions, there are interpretations that see heaven and hell not as static destinations, but as reflections of one's soul, the consequences of a life lived well or poorly. Then there is the possibility that neither exists in any literal sense, that they are simply metaphors, tools used by human minds to wrestle with the incomprehensible. The finality of death is a concept so unsettling that civilizations have spent thousands of years crafting intricate narratives to soften its blow. The ancient Egyptians built entire kingdoms for the dead, ensuring that life would continue beyond the tomb. The Greeks imagined the souls of the departed crossing the river Styx, dwelling in an underworld that was neither reward nor punishment, but a shadowy continuation of existence. The Norse spoke of Valhalla, a warrior's paradise, while others warned of hell, a cold and dreary realm, devoid of glory. Every culture, every era, has found ways to mold the afterlife into something that fits their fears and desires. And yet, there are moments, uncanny, impossible to dismiss, where the mystery deepens. Stories of near-death experiences, people who describe a warmth, a presence, a tunnel of light, or conversely, a terrifying descent into darkness. Some return from the edge forever changed, convinced they have glimpsed something beyond explanation. Others believe these visions are merely the mind unraveling, chemicals and neurons misfiring in the final moments before oblivion. But perhaps the most compelling evidence for heaven and hell is not in the doctrines of religion, nor in the fleeting visions of the dying, but in the way people live their lives. A person who has caused immense suffering, who has taken without remorse, who has destroyed without conscience, often finds themselves haunted, not by demons, but by the weight of their own actions. Regret, fear, isolation. These are the flames that consume them long before death. Conversely, those who have loved deeply, who have given selflessly, who have sought meaning beyond their own desires, often seem to carry a kind of light within them, something unshaken by time or loss. Maybe heaven and hell are not places we go to, but places we create, both in the world around us and within ourselves. Maybe they exist beyond death, or maybe they exist only as long as we believe in them. Either way, the question lingers, whispered between the raindrops on a quiet evening, passed from one generation to the next, forever unanswered, yet never forgotten. Is there a scientific explanation for past life memories? A child barely old enough to form complete sentences suddenly starts speaking of a life that isn't their own. Details too specific, memories too vivid, names of places they have never been, events they could not possibly know. Parents listen in uneasy fascination, their rational minds searching for an explanation while something deeper, something primal, stirs with the weight of the unknown. These stories are not new. They have been whispered in dimly lit rooms, documented by researchers, dismissed by skeptics, and held tightly by those who feel there is more to the human experience than what science has yet unraveled. Some scientists approach these accounts through the lens of psychology. The human mind is a vast, intricate machine capable of storing more than we consciously realize. Cryptomnesia, the phenomenon of remembering forgotten information and mistaking it for new knowledge, could be at play. A child might overhear a fragment of a conversation, a story on television, or a name buried in the background of their environment, later reconstructing it into something that feels like a past life memory. Their minds, still unshaped by rigid logic, weave narratives from scattered impressions, filling in the gaps with eerie coherence. Another perspective comes from neuroscience. The brain is an electrical storm of neurons, firing in patterns that create the illusion of continuity, of self. Déjà vu, for example, is a glitch in this system, a misfiring that makes the present feel like a memory. Could past life recollections be something similar? A misalignment in memory retrieval, an echo of experience that doesn't belong to the individual but instead emerges as a distorted projection of subconscious associations? The brain is not infallible. It is capable of fabricating memories so convincingly that they become indistinguishable from reality. Some look toward epigenetics, the idea that experiences can leave an imprint on DNA passed down through generations. Studies on trauma suggest that intense emotional events, wars, famine, suffering, can alter genetic markers, affecting the behavior of descendants. If memories could somehow be encoded along with these inherited changes, it would explain why some individuals feel inexplicably drawn to certain eras, places, or cultures without ever having encountered them before. Not as true past lives, but as genetic echoes of ancestors long gone. Then there is the realm of quantum physics, where the boundaries of reality blur. Some theories suggest consciousness is not confined to the brain, that it exists as a field of energy intertwined with the fabric of existence itself. If consciousness is not entirely bound to the body, could it, in rare moments, carry fragments of another life? Could memories seep through from some unknown layer of reality, emerging in dreams, in childhood musings, in the inexplicable certainty that one has been here before? Skeptics argue that past life memories collapse under scrutiny. Many accounts contain historical inaccuracies, inconsistencies, or details that can be traced back to cultural influences rather than personal experience. Some researchers who have interviewed individuals claiming past life memories find that hypnosis, a common tool used to unlock these recollections, often leads to confabulation, where the mind constructs elaborate yet false narratives. Others maintain that these memories, while extraordinary, still fall within the scope of psychology rather than the supernatural. Yet there are cases that defy easy dismissal. Children who recall obscure historical facts they could not have learned, people who instinctively speak a language they were never taught, individuals who recognize places they have never visited. The explanations remain speculative, teetering between science and mystery, between rational understanding and something that refuses to be categorized. Perhaps, in the end, past life memories are neither proof of reincarnation nor simple tricks of the mind, but something in between, an anomaly at the edge of human knowledge, waiting for an answer that does not yet exist. Could we create an artificial afterlife with technology? A woman in her 70s sits in a quiet room, staring at an old photograph. It's of her husband, decades younger, laughing at something just outside the frame. The picture is frozen in time, but she isn't. She is moving closer to the end, to the great unknown that every human eventually faces. And then an option is presented to her, one that no generation before has ever had. A way to continue existing, to preserve her consciousness beyond death, not as a memory in the minds of those she leaves behind, but as something more tangible. Could technology, with all its cold precision, offer a bridge to something that humanity has only ever imagined? Some scientists believe that the mind is just data, a collection of neural connections, electrical impulses, and patterns that, in theory, could be copied and uploaded. The idea of mind uploading, a digital consciousness stored in a vast artificial network, has been explored in both philosophy and futurism for decades. If the brain is nothing more than a biological machine, then it stands to reason that with the right level of complexity, it could be replicated. In such a future, death might no longer mean oblivion but transition. A person's essence, their thoughts, emotions, and memories could continue in a digital world, an artificial afterlife where they interact, evolve, and remain connected to the living. But would it really be them? Or just a simulation wearing their face? The problem is more than technical. It is existential. If a copy of the mind exists in a digital realm, does the person experience it? Or is it simply an imitation, a ghost in the machine without true awareness? Consciousness remains one of the greatest mysteries of science, something that cannot yet be measured, transferred, or defined with certainty. Even if an uploaded mind could talk, remember, and even feel, would it be the same as the person who once inhabited a human body? If two identical versions existed, one in a machine, one still in the flesh, would they both feel like the same person, or would the digital self simply be a highly advanced recording? Beyond mind uploading, there are other visions of a technological afterlife. Brain-computer interfaces are already developing at a rapid pace, allowing direct communication between the human mind and machines. In time, they could create a hybrid existence where a person's consciousness is slowly integrated with digital systems while they are still alive, reducing the shock of transition. Perhaps a future awaits where the boundary between biological and artificial life becomes irrelevant, where people exist in both worlds simultaneously, neither fully human nor fully machine. Then there is the concept of simulated realities, constructing entire digital universes where the dead can live. If technology advances far enough, It could allow people to design their own afterlives, choosing the kind of existence they wish to have once their physical bodies fail. A place where they reunite with lost loved ones, where time no longer has meaning, where death itself becomes an outdated concept. Such a system would require unimaginable levels of computational power, but with quantum computing on the horizon, what seems like science fiction today may not always remain so. Yet, even if such an afterlife is created, the question of authenticity remains. Is living in an artificial world, sustained by algorithms and programmed interactions, truly living? Would the dead, now existing as streams of data, feel real emotions, or would they simply behave as though they did? Would they experience time, longing, joy, or boredom? Could an artificial heaven turn into an artificial prison where consciousness lingers indefinitely with no escape? There is also the ethical weight of such an idea. Who would control this digital afterlife? Would access be universal? Or would it become another privilege of the wealthy, a new form of inequality where only some get to live forever while others fade? Would the living become obsessed with keeping their deceased loved ones active in the system, unable to let go? Would people choose to abandon their physical lives entirely, preferring a virtual eternity over a fleeting human existence? The possibility of an artificial afterlife is no longer just a concept in philosophy or science fiction. It is inching closer with every breakthrough in AI, neuroscience, and computing. But whether it will bring humanity closer to immortality or simply create the illusion of it remains uncertain. Perhaps technology will one day offer a kind of digital eternity, but whether it will satisfy the deep, ancient longing for something beyond death is a question that no machine can answer. Do dreams provide glimpses into the afterlife? A man wakes in the middle of the night, his heart pounding, his breath unsteady. He has just seen his mother, not as she was in her final days, frail and fading, but as she had been in life, radiant, whole. She spoke to him, touched his hand, told him things that filled him with both comfort and unease. The room is silent, yet the dream lingers, more real than memory, more vivid than anything he has ever known. Was it simply his mind weaving fragments of grief into something palatable, or had he, if only for a moment, stepped beyond the veil? Dreams have always been tangled with the unknown, seen as messages, warnings, revelations. In ancient cultures, they were thought to be a gateway, a way for the dead to reach the living, for spirits to whisper secrets, for souls to wander freely in realms beyond waking perception. Today, neuroscience tells a different story. Dreams are the brain's way of processing emotions, organizing memories, discarding useless information. They are shaped by the subconscious, influenced by thoughts we barely acknowledge, a theater of illusions built from experience and imagination. And yet, some dreams defy explanation. Those who have lost loved ones often describe dreams so intense, so filled with presence, that they refuse to dismiss them as mere mental projections. These dreams do not feel like ordinary ones, fragmented and strange. They have weight, coherence, a sense of time that does not dissolve upon waking. People return from them with messages, with emotions that seem to come from outside themselves. Some speak of seeing landscapes unlike anything on Earth, vast, luminous, pulsing with a kind of life they cannot describe. Others encounter figures who speak in riddles, who guide them through places that feel more real than reality itself. Near-death experiences add another layer to the mystery. Those who have come back from the brink often report visions that echo what people see in dreams: tunnels of light, voices calling, reunions with those who have passed. If the brain, in its final moments, generates a flood of images to ease the transition into death, could dreams sometimes tap into the same mechanism? Could they be rehearsals, fleeting glimpses into whatever lies beyond consciousness? Skeptics argue that dreams of the afterlife are nothing more than wishful thinking, the mind's attempt to soothe the fear of oblivion. They point to studies showing that the brain remains active during sleep in ways that can create powerful hallucinations, even shared dream patterns across different cultures. Yet, even among those who approach the question with skepticism, there remains a reluctance to fully dismiss the possibility. The mind is a labyrinth of unknowns, its depths still largely uncharted. Perhaps dreams do not show us the afterlife itself, but something adjacent to it. A threshold, a reflection of what our minds cannot yet fully grasp. Perhaps they are neither proof nor delusion, but something in between, something that, like the afterlife itself, remains just beyond reach. Could multiple afterlives exist simultaneously? A man dies in his sleep, his last breath slipping unnoticed into the quiet of the night. In one reality, he finds himself in a vast golden city, greeted by the familiar faces of those he lost long ago. In another, he is reborn, his soul carried forward into a new body with no memory of the life before. Elsewhere, he dissolves into a formless energy absorbed into the great current of the universe. And in yet another, there is only silence, an endless, dreamless void. Which of these is real? Could they all be? For centuries, humans have shaped the afterlife to fit their beliefs, their cultures, their fears. Some see it as a reward or punishment, dictated by morality. Others view it as a cycle, an endless return. Then there are those who believe that death is not an end, but a transition into a different kind of being, a consciousness that expands beyond physical form. But what if none of these ideas contradict each other? What if they all unfold at once, layered like reflections in a broken mirror, each one real to the person experiencing it? The nature of consciousness is still a mystery. Some theories suggest that it is not confined to the brain, but exists as a field of information, something that persists beyond physical death. If that is true, then what happens next may depend on the structure of that consciousness. How it is shaped by belief, expectation, even emotion. A person who dies convinced they will reach a paradise may, in some sense, create or be drawn to one. Another who believes in reincarnation may find their awareness dissolving and reforming in a new life. If the mind is a doorway rather than a container, then the afterlife may not be a single destination but an infinite spectrum of possibilities, each unfolding according to its own logic. Quantum mechanics hints at realities existing in superposition, multiple states coexisting until they are observed. Some speculate that death could be a similar transition, a branching point where the path taken is determined not by an external force, but by the nature of the individual's consciousness itself. This would mean that every version of the afterlife ever imagined, from celestial heavens to endless cycles of rebirth to complete oblivion, could all be real simultaneously, with each soul slipping into the reality that fits them best. Then there is the possibility that afterlives are not fixed but fluid, that one does not remain in a single state forever. What if the soul moves between them, shifting from paradise to reincarnation to dissolution over eons, as effortlessly as dreams change in the night? Perhaps no one afterlife is permanent, no fate truly sealed. If multiple afterlives exist at once, the great question is not which one is real, but which one we will find ourselves in when the moment comes. And if the answer depends on something within us, belief, perception, the echoes of the life we lived, then perhaps the afterlife is not a single truth waiting to be discovered, but a choice waiting to be made. And that brings us to the end of this deep dive into the mysteries of the afterlife. Whether you find comfort in the idea of reincarnation, are intrigued by the possibility of digital immortality, or lean toward the unsettling notion of absolute nothingness, one thing is certain: there's still so much we don't know. Maybe we'll get answers one day, or maybe the mystery itself is the point. Either way, I hope this video gave you something to think about, or at least kept your existential dread entertained for a little while. If you enjoyed this journey through the unknown, don't forget to like the video. It helps Quiet Universe continue exploring the strangest corners of reality. And if you haven't already, hit subscribe and join me for more deep dives into the weird, the unexplained, and the mind-bending. Until next time, sleep easy.
If you can,